I asked. He said Rodney. Yeah. I said how should I refer to you? He said just Rodney. Um, so I need to check with him because he said that I should speak first. I was just going to do the welcome without saying anything, but he I'd like to acknowledge the Dja Dja Wurrung people and their continued relationship to country, and I deeply thank Rodney Carter, CEO of Djara Corporation and First Nations Elder, who will welcome us here today in a moment. This land was never ceded, always was, always will be Aboriginal land. I've got a few little housekeeping things to do before we do the welcome and the keynote. The toilets are just directly outside the door to your right. There are some upstairs. We will be using upstairs briefly for a breakout at 10:30, so if you do need to use them, then they're upstairs. This day is being live streamed for people who couldn't make it. It's also being documented by video and photo. If you don't want to be recorded, we have some yellow stickers at the registration desk. So please put a yellow sticker on your lanyard, and we'll make sure that when we are editing or when we're going to use the footage, we won't use your image. I'd like to remind people that Diversity Arts Australia, we like to talk about safe spaces, to uphold the practices and the principles of creating safer spaces, which are, as Dr. Ruth de Souza points out, not something that we can always guarantee, but it is something that we always aim for. We also want to affirm that sometimes discomfort when talking about justice, equity, diversity and inclusion can be difficult, but we always encourage people to lean into any difficult conversations. No conversation about inequity and oppression is worth having without sometimes feeling challenged. Feel free though, if you do at any point feel like you need to step out or have a little break, that's absolutely fine. And please remember a basis of mutual respect for one another, especially those with lived experience of racism. We have two wonderful Auslan interpreters here today who I'd like to thank. Lou Stock, who is interpreting right now, and Michelle Kent, they'll be alternating throughout the day. The only other thing I want to mention before we jump in is the tours. So we have 2 tours this afternoon at 4 o'clock, which are optional. So the events in this room will finish at 4, but if you would like to attend either one of the free tours, one is to the Golden Dragon Museum and the other is to the First Nations Gallery. You can please register at the desk. If you haven't done it already, please do it now because we'll be locking off the numbers within the next sort of 10 minutes. So please do put your name down. I'd also like to acknowledge that we have the Deputy Mayor-elect Councillor Matthew Evans here, and we'll also be hearing from them a little bit later. But without further ado, I would like to introduce Rodney Carter, who, as I said, is First Nations Elder and Djara CEO. Rodney is a descendant of Dja Dja Wurrung and Yorta Yorta people and resides in Bendigo in central Victoria. He currently works for his people, the Dja Dja Wurrung, as the Group Chief Executive Officer of the Dja Dja Wurrung Clan's Aboriginal Corporation and the Dja Dja Wurrung Enterprises Pty Ltd. A defining moment for Rodney was negotiating the Dja Dja Wurrung people's native title settlement under the Traditional Owner Settlement Act 2010. Rodney has been on the Victorian Aboriginal Heritage Council since 2007 because he strongly believes the Victorian Aboriginal people are those best placed to manage their own history, places and materials for the benefit of all Victorians. Rodney is an experienced elder with a demonstrated history of working in the management of consulting industries. He is skilled in sustainable development, environmental issues, government, biodiversity and conflict resolution. He's a strong community and social services professional with a diploma in government focused in investigations from investigation compliance and training systems. I would like to welcome you, Rodney. Thank you very much.
It's a bit uncomfortable when you hear people talk about yourself and you think, oh, who's that person? Wawa, everyone. Hello. Dulma. Thank you, Gurkhan, for inviting me today. And congratulations to everyone, as I understand that has had, hopefully, an enjoyable year. Immersing yourselves across things that you have some degree of familiarity with. My little chat with you today is going to be about unpacking some of the potential discriminatory nature of us as people, as humans, through, unfortunately, some learnt behaviours. So they're things that we would understand that happen because of views of people that are guardians for us and nurture us in ways that may not be conducive for a healthy development of a young person, of a young mind. But if I can in my language first, Benjen Wuminjika, Benjen no Jandak, Ladik Jaja Wurung Kundicha, Munjaniak Mang Yaram Moropok, Daukap Moropok. I welcome you in my language to country, Wuminjika. I welcome you to the home of the Jaja Wurung people, the home of the Jaja Wurung people. And as your host, it is important for the moments that we share together in each other's presence that I ensure that you're safe and you're cared for. And spiritually, Murupuk, that's taken from you, and I do impose. I do gift, I give good spirit to you as being on country today. So I touched on a congratulations for you in the year that you've spent together, and just having a chat with Lena before. She said something I think pretty powerful in our knowing and ways of thinking, that things can appear larger than they are. And we're talking a bit about our own sort of corporate world and the organisations that we manage. I think what goes with a quote like that, and maybe something I can gift you, is you are greater than you may think you are. And the arts is something I was fortunate to work in the Department of Arts and for Museum Victoria during a period of significant venue gallery development. Us as an industry, not necessarily liking it at the time, but understanding what the development of immersive experiences are and can be through visitor experience briefs. And I think that's through its development, evolution, as a document that can assist us in unpacking our mind and looking very broadly across economic opportunity in the arts, which is a very difficult area, I think, for us to gather usefully to venue program organisations benefit, but ultimately to the people that we want to foster, the creator of those many forms of arts. So arts then for me and for us in all of its forms is diversity. It is beauty. It is something I think we need to be the facilitators of teaching others. How do you connect and appreciate art in its so many different forms? I've got this bad habit of going off on tangents, so I'm just going to have a look at my notes. So part of me talking to you today, I think, is to try and example some First Nations, traditional owners, involvement in arts, and for the Jaja Wurrung, because of our acknowledgement, so our rights recognition, and then fortunately from our ability to structure our capability to have now capacity in being able to achieve, have got some really good examples now in central Victoria, and some really good partnerships. And I think it was mentioned you will go on some tours today for the Chinese Museum, and I can never remember the name, the Jua Majar, the First Nations exhibition space. It'd be lovely if you can do all, because I think to the point of yous being here and talking about cultural diversity, you might be aware that there's a significant layer of Chinese Asian culture within central Victoria because of the gold exploration. So cultural diversity, I think people's physical, mental ability are things that uniquely define us as individuals and are really important to somehow foster and stimulate for those that want to be creative, that want a form of outlet to be expressive. And it's important, I think, for us as a people to decolonise our thinking, and the only sort of negative I think I see with Australia's recent history, its modern history, is this shroud of colonisation, and I think the illusion that has been played by those prior to us and much more powerful, that brought a system from a foreign land to Australia and imposed it here. And I think what happens inadvertently as we go along with the systems and approaches societally to many things, we don't challenge that system because it is too hard. And I'm not saying for us in forms of advocacy to challenge the political systems, because those wheels do move very, very slowly, but to have a greater appreciation and awareness of what this shroud affects us in a negative way creatively. And I think it goes to the point that's why we've been challenged as a country to broadly understand the real usefulness of diversity. And I think those that are immersed in the psychology of diversity and what that looks like across a whole range of community activities, they tell us through their academic studies and their research of the usefulness of diversity to be included as a form of approach or a method in all of the things that we do. So for the Dja Dja Wurrung, the experiences recently through some major architectural development projects has been so defining and significant for us as a people, and empowering in that our rights were recognised. Now we can do, our achievements are defining and empower us and give us greater recognition as a people. The Dja Dja is the utilisation of an older architecturally designed building to now be programmed to have First Nations art. The Bendigo Art Gallery currently going through a redevelopment and looking for investment to now have a First Nations Dja Dja Wurrung component that is designed in that building to give my people, our people, voice to the development of the new gallery that Helen is the director of at Maryborough, and to have landscaping and art embedded in that, to one of our companies, the Doomawool, which is a vehicle for us to provide business elements to a creative, where the creative might not want to be involved in the administrative nature of being an artist or a creative person around what they produce. That ultimately is a product if they want to sell it, as working with the Hepburn Shire and beyond across local governments to create a cultural precinct that will come as far as Bendigo over here, but be based as a hub. So they're significant ideas and approaches. The Bendigo Law Court, if you get a chance to go by that or go into that, language is embedded right through that building. It's a first of its kind, not just in Australia, but internationally. The staff actually utilise Dja Wurrung language when they want to help people navigate and move through the building. When you approach their information reception greeting space, ancient granite is carved into cultural features that are important for my people in a very fragile area for water and the seasonal allocation of water. So there's wells that are carved into the granite. The people's services are referred to as balag. So the balag services, the people's services to our designs and our cultural communication embedded into tables that people sit at to talk about law and justice. So there's many things there. The gold kangu that Matt's associated with in terms of local government. Again, another beautiful building that has had language embedded right through the building. The building is designed around Gulk, Matinga Guli, an ancestor spirit, where Gulk is the tree. So when you enter the building, you're at the base of the trunk of the tree. You move through the building, the colour palette, the textures, the emotion, the feeling of the building is there as you go up to the canopy of the tree, which is the top floor of the building, to have audio stimulus through moving water to create reflective spaces for staff. Again, to have designed granite that's representative of my country here, placed in the building to be of a way to create wellness for people, language to be everywhere, to have a significant meeting space that has our ancestors' knowledge embedded into that table for when people that come and sit at that table to understand the responsibility of what they do across local government and many regulators that now are accommodated in that space. For those buildings I talk about, that now, if we can tell the story of my people and those buildings, and this is relevant, I think, to arts as we go forward, the building has a murup, the building has a spirit. So the building now has an identity. We've allowed from Buck Jandak, from earth, from country, a new creation, a form to be developed, and it reaches forth, to sky country. And so now it does have a soul. And so the Dja Wurrung have learnt, I think, very caringly and hopefully cleverly, how you usefully bring culture, ways of being, artistic expression, cultural expression, diverse expression into constructions of buildings, to places, to how we decolonise landscape through campgrounds across country, subtly will embed our designs to be the shelters, the hearths for how we think a fireplace should look at country, to deconstruct tanks for water storage, to allow water to flow through country, to create audio stimulus to be of benefit to biodiversity, ecosystem function, for children to play in, for us as adults maybe to inadvertently trip over and hopefully not hurt ourselves too much. How am I going for time? I've got 1 minute. Jeez. It's amazing in your own mind when you just sort of go on this little journey. So I'll finish with a couple of the paragraphs here. So dominance of culture is founded upon systems only recently designed, and I touched on it. That's what colonisation is. It's an intrusion. I say very respectfully, because I know it's offensive to people. For me, that's invasion. Okay, that intrusion. And I think the challenge for you in all of your domains is how is there respect for diversity and for me, my culture, my people, and you allow that to flourish and be greater than it could ever imagine. So we touched on some of the examples here. Again, the city of Greater Bendigo, for us, we can't be all and be everywhere, and through greater achievement, the demands on us are so hard to manage as a people in the own pride of ourselves and respectfulness of others if they want a piece of you. But the city of Greater Bendigo has been uniquely significant. The Lani Garigalang, the home, the place of plenty, was a significant botanical gardens development that is an interface now between the Garden of the Future, which is a significant representation of botanical species internationally. So it's not just so European as we see in historical botanical gardens with the occasional interesting plant added to that very Eurocentric type of garden layout. The Garden of the Future, a beautiful representation of the world, the planet that we live in as people, and for my people now to be allowed to create this interface that connects these worlds, but I think it gives grounding to what we do in design. So that's a really significant development to the talking of time and seasons at the Bendigo TAFE, and how there is many times of country as seasons as of climate. So if we nurture diversity in arts across our communities broadly, we're ensuring it to be vibrant and to not just of benefit to us. It is a beacon for others to experience and celebrate. Like a menu offered and we have never seen before, we invite others to be curious on our offerings, not before enjoyed. So you are to be the interpreter, the translator or guide. It is important for you to help, to care and to love. And it is you to help others in their learning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rodney. That was wonderful. Thank you for sharing so much about what's going on here. It's really, really inspiring. I'd now like to introduce Deputy Mayor-elect Councillor Matthew Evans. Councillor Evans is the Councillor of the Eppalock Ward in the City of Greater Bendigo Council and has been since 2020. He's an avid sports fan, has a keen interest in politics and public policy, and is currently Events and Marketing Coordinator at Girton Grammar School. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for inviting me along today. Rodney, thank you for your words just now. For me, every time we have events that we're often at, for me the most important thing is to really understand where we are on country, but also in language. So I wanted to thank you for your words as well, and for basically also maybe stealing a bit of my thunder, because I was actually going to talk about some of the wonderful things that we have partnered with. You mentioned Jarja Wimmer, which is again a wonderful reflection of the city's commitment to celebrating First Nations art on country, but it's also something that's very much in a lot of the strategic work of the City of Greater Bendigo in Barpunga, which is our key document there, and also in Murwimble, which is our council plan. And it's amazing that we're even incorporating language as part of our key strategic documents. And it's easy as an elected representative to come here and take credit for it, but I noticed that a lot of people that do that work are in the room. So from the City of Greater Bendigo, there's a lot of people up the back there who really, it's the work that you do, not just as part of the creative and connected teams, but also at BV&E, or every part of the City of Greater Bendigo. So I wanted to pay tribute to you, because that you do the actual work. And in addition to your words, Rodney, I just want to acknowledge that we are very fortunate to be gathered on Dja Dja Wurrung country, and I pay my respects to leaders and elders, past, present and future. We're delighted to host you here at the Capitol, and equally delighted that our Bendigo Venues and Events team has the opportunity to participate in the Fair Play program. Arts is widely accepted as an important way to celebrate, recognise and include people from across the cultural spectrum. Through music, dance, performance, poetry, writing, digital, painting and more, we can express ourselves, share our stories and collectively add to the cultural landscape of contemporary Australia. Diversity Arts Australia is a national voice for ethno-cultural and migrant racial equality in the arts, culture and creative industries. And I wanted to touch on that point in particular because some might not know this, but I personally have a cultural background. I was born in Australia, but my mother was born in Papua New Guinea. And my brother is actually pursuing a career in the arts as a singer, as a dancer, and as an actor. And he was recently in a production in Melbourne, The Wiz, but it was an all-coloured. I'm not sure on the terminology, apologies, but it was a particular theatre company designed for that, and he was very fortunate to do that. And he's actually pursuing another opportunity. He just got a scholarship, again, pursuing a career in the performing arts and the cultural space. Its work, the work of Diversity Arts Australia is underpinned by human rights and social justice principles, and the belief that a truly diverse range of creative expressions is fundamental to a democratic, inclusive and sustainable creative sector and society. From a city perspective, we wholeheartedly agree and demonstrate a great commitment through our theatre and arts offering that seek to provide opportunity and entertainment for all, whether they be celebrating the journey of a refugee, exploring the lived experience of people living with a disability, promoting gender equality, or reflecting on traditional owner history. In the arts, there is a place for everyone, and that is very true because we are a welcoming city. So it is up to institutions like ours to ensure that the arts sector actively reflects the complex diversity of the Australian population on our screens, stages and gallery walls, and our audience see themselves not only in the art presented, but on boards, committees and in leadership positions of these arts organisations. Through the program, the BV&E staff have worked with diversity arts trainers and mentors to advance and develop their equity and inclusion goals in a comprehensive equity action plan tailored to the venue. Our Bendigo Art Gallery staff and local organisation Arena Theatre Company have also completed invaluable training. I congratulate all organisations that are here today, no matter where you've come from or how far you've travelled, in participating in today. And it's a wonderful opportunity that I'm sure that you'll come to Bendigo and take back with you. And again, to actively reinforce your commitment to inclusion. Once again, welcome to Bendigo, and I wish you all a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Evans. That was wonderful to hear from you. I'd now like to introduce Diversity Arts Australia's CEO, Lena Nalus. Lena Nalus is an experienced CEO, producer, curator, artistic director and facilitator with a long-term commitment to racial equity in the arts, screen and creative sectors. She is currently the CEO of Diversity Arts Australia and host of the Colour Cycle podcast. She has over 20 years' experience in arts, cultural and media organisations where she's developed artist brokerage and training programs focusing on creatives from culturally and racially marginalised backgrounds and young people. In 2020, Lena won the Western Sydney Woman Leader of Change Award. Thank you, Lena.
Hi, thanks, Gurkum. I always have to do this. Good morning, everyone. I'd also like to acknowledge the First Peoples of the land that we're gathered on today, the Dja Dja Wurrung peoples, and to pay my respects to Elders past and present, and to extend that to other First Nations people here today. and in particular to Rodney Carter. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and your insights and for welcoming us today. There's a lot to unpack in your talk about the connection between decolonising minds and the power of the arts to be able to change minds. Thank you for that. There's a lot. I'll be listening to that again. I also wanted to thank Councillor Matthew Evans, Deputy Mayor-elect, who might have already left, but I feel like amazing. Oh, thank you. It was incredible. Thank you. It was so good to hear about your also lived experience and connection and being able to really deeply understand the power of the arts and social change. Thank you so much. Okay, Gurkham's given me 5 minutes. I'm going to do my best. I did want to start by saying, because it feels like it would be almost, for us as Diversity Arts, an organisation based on human rights principles, that I wanted to acknowledge that the past month has been a time of grief and trauma for many in our communities and those who are really committed to the work of justice, equity and a world free of racism. And I wanted to acknowledge that collective sorrow that's experienced by our shared communities during this time, both in the wake of the Voice to Parliament referendum and the catastrophic events in Palestine, Israel at the moment. So the work that you're doing in Fair Play, I thought that's a bit of a downer to start with, but I wanted to just say that the work that you're doing in Fair Play is all about changing, shifting. It's about creating more a just and equitable kind of future and present. So I feel like I don't need to tell you who I am, but I do need to say that while our focus at Diversity Arts is on ethnocultural and migrant diversity, we work intersectionally and in partnership and in solidarity, and that's how we've been able to run the Fair Play program, in partnership with First Nations organisations and individuals, and also with disabled-led organisations and disabled individuals. So that is one of the strengths of the program, and I'll mention the partners a little bit in a little bit. The importance of Fair Play is that it does directly kind of tackle the root causes of exclusion. It isn't about just the cosmetic stuff. It's actually about, like, let's look at your systems. Let's work with you to develop a plan with really specific actions, a painful plan for many of you. It was for us even. I know it's because unlearning is quite painful and it's quite difficult, but very kind of practical and strategic. So I think that is the power of it, that it does do that it seeks to kind of tackle systemic barriers faced by artists and faced by creatives from First Nations and underrepresented, culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds, and culturally and racially marginalised backgrounds, and also disabled people. So its focus is on equity, anti-racism, accessibility, decolonisation and cultural safety. And as in Rodney's words, it seeks to decolonise thinking in the first instance and to use that towards decolonising systems. I really want to thank and acknowledge Creative Victoria's leadership. We work nationally at Diversity Arts Australia, and I can say that Creative Victoria is a real leader in this space in terms of this program. The Fair Play program started in 2019. It was in response to work that Creative Victoria had done in working with underrepresented CALD, First Nations and disabled communities to co-design a kind of what a program would look like that would address systemic barriers. And we responded to that with the Fair Play program, and Creative Victoria has been with us every step of the way. The idea in 2019 was that we would just run the program with 20 organisations in Victoria, but the program just didn't stop. It kept going, and it's now been run by with over 50 organisations nationally. And I'm again really happy to, and you'll meet her in a little bit, to have Karen from Creative Victoria here with us today. I think I can really say that there's nothing like Fair Play around the country, and that strong investment that Creative Victoria has made, I believe, is really going to pay off for our sector. We also know that that none of these things could ever happen. I should mention as well, like what the strength of the program is also, it's the partnerships, it's working intersectionally, but it's also being able to tailor it to the areas that you're working in. And regional Victoria is not City of Melbourne, and it's not City of Adelaide, it's regional Victoria. And even in each of your areas, you have specific kind of issues and approaches and histories that need to be kind of worked with. And what we've really, I think the strength of this program is that, you know, our phenomenal, you know, consultant / coordinator / mentor, lead mentor trainer Gurkha Majaralu lives not too far from here, is from the regions, is an artist and a creative who has that really lived understanding. Our mentors and trainers all come from regional contexts, and I think that has been the real strength of the program, and bringing in regional organisations to come and talk and do sessions and do training, and as best as we can kind of address the challenges and also recognise the strengths that you all work from. So, and yes, I also wanted to just say that I wanted to kind of say that we can never do any of this without partners, and I know that I've mentioned partners about 10 times, but it's so true. If you don't have that buy-in, there's no point. If you don't work together, then you're not really going to make change, right? But today's event, particularly, thank you so much to Bendigo Venue and Events, and to Greater City of Bendigo for all of your phenomenal work and support, and your team who've made today possible. Thank you so much to our key partners in this program since 2019, Koori Heritage Trust and Arts Access Victoria, and our key partners in this project as well, Public Galleries Association of Victoria, PGAV, VAPAC, Victorian Association of Performing Arts Centres, Arts Access Victoria, who I already mentioned, and Regional Arts Victoria. And also to thank the many organisations, some of whom you'll hear from a little later on, who we've worked with on this program over many years, like for example, Garawa. And can't not thank, I've mentioned Gurkha, but I also really wanted to thank the amazing Dominique Golding, who's a real leader in the sector, in this thinking, in this space, and also a theatre maker and an artist himself. And Margaret Mayhew over there, standing there with the colourful hair and scarf, who actually is the founding, who was born and raised regionally and was the founding project coordinator and helped to the establishment coordinator of Fair Play, and who is phenomenal and working with us and also with Arts Access Victoria. We're very fortunate for all of the labour and many years of her work, and also her multicoloured hair, which brings brightness and happiness to us all every time we see her. Okay, and I think I've thanked everyone except my mother and children, but I'll do that later. No, I'm kidding. Okay, thank you everyone. Thanks. I'm so sorry. I forgot to thank Carolyn Tunyan and Glyza Perez in our team, and all of our team at Diversity Arts Australia for all of their incredible work in making this possible. Sorry.
Thank you, Lena. Okay, I hope everybody is ready for some getting to know one another, some networking, some talking amongst ourselves. So we're going to spend the next little while before morning tea doing an activity, and also so there's going to be some conversations. We're going to use the space in here, we're going to use the rooms, there's some rooms outside here, and there's a foyer upstairs where we can have some breakout spaces. And Christian Leavesley from Arena Theatre, who is Bendigo based, is going to be running an amazing activity with us. I might ask you to come up now, Christian, if that's okay. While you're coming up here, Christian, I might just read out your bio so people know who you are. Christian Leavesley is Artistic Director of Arena Theatre Company. He studied theatre at the Victorian College of the Arts, Monash University and the University of Missouri, Columbia. Before joining Arena, Christian co-founded multi-award-winning company Uncle Semolina and Friends, whose work Gilgamesh, Tiki Tac and OT were known for their innovative use of playing space and theatrical form. His work has appeared in festivals and venues across Australia, internationally, in Asia, North America and Europe. Thank you so much for being here, Christian.
No, thank you. You're welcome. It's great to be here.
So what we're going to do is the activity that we're going to be working on now is an activity where we're going to be asking the question, what would truly equitable arts in the regions look like? So if we can imagine, if we all say, yep, that's it, it's in the arts, in the regions, it's truly equitable. What does that look like? That's the question for the next kind of 45 minutes. And Christian in this room is going to run a really incredible activity. Did you want to talk about how to do the activity, or do you want me to explain?
No, I can explain.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
So Christian's going to tell us what we're going to do with the activity, and also we're going to demonstrate. Meanwhile, we're going to put you into small groups of 3, and you're going to go into the different spaces in the rooms, and you're going to talk about that topic. And we're going to ask you to identify 3 key points that you're going to bring into this room with Christian, and I'm going to hand over to Christian now to explain what happens here.
Thank you very much. I'll be as quick as I can. I brought one of my favourite tools. At Arena, we love to muck around with new technology and use it in ways that it wasn't really intended often, and do fun things. One of the activities we often do in schools is I take this. It's a 3D scanner. And it's terrific, but it's also a little bit not terrific in some ways. It finds it hard sometimes to know exactly what the depth is, and sometimes it mixes humans together when you scan them, and sometimes it makes very strange shapes rather than the thing that it's supposed to make. And what I love to do with it is get kids in particular, although it's just as fun for adults, to come together and make interesting 3-dimensional shapes out of their bodies, and then I scan them, and then you'll see, I'll show you when we do it, it makes this really fascinating combination of the people. And often I get them to think about if they were all, what do they share? How are they different? Those kinds of topics in relation to this weird 3D scan that I make of them. And it helps to, reveal some interesting things about themselves and some interesting things about the way that they understand each other. So often it's a whole workshop that can take a day. Sometimes we animate them, sometimes we make characters out of them that speak to each other and things like that. But today we're just going to make a really interesting diorama, and the way that we're going to do it is we're going to take your responses to Gurkham's question, and I'm going to get you to think about it and physicalise it in some sort of way, and then I'm going to make a 3D image of you and your pals together that represent your ideas in a sort of a turn it into a contemporary dance kind of way. So it's going to be a lot of fun. I think you'll remember it afterwards. That's sort of the point. And I'll throw back to Gurkham.
Great, thank you. Okay, so what we're going to do is just demonstrate to you what we're talking about, and then we're going to put you out into the rooms to do this. So I need 3 volunteers. So what the question is, I'm sorry, I've almost finished writing it, what would truly equitable arts in the regions look like? So we'd like you to think of 3, we'd like each person to think of 1 point, thanks Lena, that they could create some kind of gesture or shape with their body around this question. And we're just going to ask you to come up here and to make that shape, and Chris is going to show you how this image is going to be created. Now the reason for the image is for you to have something to take home with you. We're going to email it to you. And you're going to look at that image and you're going to go, that's what we're aiming for. It's true. Can I have 3 volunteers, please? Don't be shy. We're all going to do it. We're all going to, be a little, have a little fun and play. Thank you so much, Deanna. Wonderful. Thank you. Yes, come up. Yep, 1 more person. Wonderful. Thank you so much. So, you're making each... So, yep, do you want to take over now?
Yeah, I'll take
go
over.
for it. Okay.
So, this is what actually, I'll show you one here, just to give you a bit of an impression of what comes out of this. So this was Born in a Taxi last week. They were with us last week. You know Born in a Taxi? The legendary independent theatre group. See, look at that. How cool is that? And then when you can go inside their heads.
Don't
Like
worry, you'll
that.
get to see it in a minute.
Look at that. Look at that. And you can see how it blends together. They were eating ice creams that we bought last week in the afternoon. But you can see how it's them, but it's not them.
So I'm hearing we can have ice cream.
Yeah, that's right. If you do this, you get ice cream. I feel like I'm at home with my younger children, but that's okay. So just because we haven't done the thing with you to really think about it, what I'm going to get you to do is just come together for me. Just. Yeah, there you go. See?
See one of these sort of things that you said. You know how you hold someone's wrist and makes them snap?
Great, I love that. And the I'll just make this box so it fits you all in. The closer you are, I mean, I know we're in pre-COVID, but like we're in post-COVID now. But the closer you are, the better. And then it just happens like this. I just press this, and it starts to scan you, and you'll be able to see it scanning when I pass you.
Following your eye, following you.
Yeah, don't move if you can. Although if you move a little bit, it's all right because it kind of makes it weirder the more you move. And probably I won't. If you go up high, you can get their hair in, but often I leave it open. That way you can see right into their heads, which is what everybody wants to do. So I do that. I press done. You can move. That's it. That's it. It'll take a moment to decide. Yeah, sit down.
While Kristian's getting that ready, and we'll pass it around so everyone can have a look, I'm just going to give you all a number. And I'm going to put you in groups of 3. So, 1, 2, 3. Christian. So we're not going to go around the table showing you now. We'll show you when you come to work with Christian. So there are a number of different spaces. So we're not going to stay in this room. We're going to go outside this room so that this room can get you together like this group did, or you can each have your own posture, gesture, shape that you put together. So there's 2 things that you're doing. And when we grab you, we'll bring you in here and we'll take the image. So, can I get the people who I've already given groups to, could you please go and there's a room, Dylan, do you mind? Dylan at the back is going to help you, show you where to go. So this is only going to be for about 20-30 minutes, so you'll be there for that time. So Dylan, I think maybe put these groups in that room, and then I'll bring some more for the other rooms, okay? Great, all right, so I'm going to put some more groups together. Would you like to see it? Yes. Yeah, great, excellent. All right. Let's say that
And there's great ones. I'll show you.
What's it called?
It's these 3D.
Is it just an app?
Yeah. Yeah. Discussion about what you, I mean, you know, it's a little bit like making a different dance about a thing, right? Like, you know, as long as it's in your mind, you'll do what you want to do, but, you know, you don't have to use your literal sense. The beauty of it is that you've got clarity, and this finds something else about it. Have a discussion about it, and then we'll do it. I'll just find out how long.
Are you free to do this right now? Yes. Thank you so much.
And it was like changing the mindset, kind of thinking about
I'll tell you.
just changing the mindset.
No, they spoken.
And also learning how to write.
It'll be good when you have like lots of connections together.
We're facing, so you, so you look at each other this way, but we're facing outwards, and we've got a hand kind of walking people in. Yeah.
think it's good if you look at each other, and it's okay if you move a bit, because it's quite good. Actually, it's probably a little bit outside my bound. Can I get you to find a way to bring your hands closer to your body?
Yeah, so like scoop.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's good.
But then they're not open.
Yeah,
Like,
try to be.
like that, almost, or like open.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna roll with this. Oh yeah, I think this will be good. And don't worry about moving a little bit, because it's quite good when it confuses it. Yeah, that little bit weird.
Unless it will be, because we're well too involved.
Yeah, yeah, I like it. I think this is going to be good. All right, when press done, it will take a moment to.
Sorry, I didn't read that.
We know that you can formulate an idea in like 5 minutes.
Once the image comes up so we can see it, we'll get you to go into one room. You can keep talking for another 10 minutes. Yeah, so the room that's got some space, if you just go out into the right, there's some space there. So, yeah. We've got the next
Just in the preview to the yellow line there. It usually comes up pretty quickly. Give another one. Yes, yes. There you go. You need these too? No, yeah, that's good. How'd you go?
Yep, we've got the next
something?
group. They're ready. Yeah.
You ready?
They've got something.
You all done? No, there we go. Hand is, look, it's disconnected. That's great. Yeah.
No, we're going to just email it to you. But I'll grab your pen to your room.
Like double heads
And you'll have this as a memory. Come in next Sorry.
Katie's involved in this as well.
Okay, great. Well, I might need you all to be live. I'll just show you the previous one.
So I think
Look at this space here.
I
That
didn't
is
ask permission.
amazing. It's decided quite work out.
I'm just not nice.
Shell, and you can see your insides. Pretty cool, hey? So, alright, so I think he's going to get the dog in. We're going to get all to be live.
Lounging and I'm safe.
Lounging.
I am more comfortable than I was.
Maybe a little bit more.
That's okay. All right.
Just do one side. So I reckon that's the best way to do it. Because I hate looking out the table screen scan in there as well. So I'll have a little bit of table. Loves the dog for some reason. I mean, he doesn't love dogs, but you wouldn't think that the so you'll kind of like one side, and then like two.
Girl.
That's great. I think this one is going to be particularly weird. Because we've got the table in a moment to think about that. Yeah. It always tries to make a face, it always tries to make a body that it doesn't quite know. Yeah, exactly right. I'm well, thank you. How are you? A little bit in the buzzword.
No worries about that.
What do you find if you have a sense for what
Can you get round this close?
I probably can. This will be like a very literal one. Is that good for you? Because the ones that I like are the ones that are slightly. So yeah, that's what that is not right. Wow. Alright, we're starting. You can move a little bit if you want. Like really fun things happen when you move. Like it might accidentally put your eye on someone else's face, or it might put your hand on somebody else's body. But if you stay really steady, the recording is really beautiful and exactly how you are. I can tell it's forgotten. Alright, that's done.
What I'm thinking is maybe let's not. Maybe is there a way that we can put more on USB show one maybe at lunch during lunch? I can do that or something like that. Like I know you have to leave. Or something. Yeah. But just somehow we can show them today rather than. Yep, okay, and then we'll go back to after. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. You are ready to keep chatting if you want, or you can grab some more tea and go back out there and sit down.
That's great, thank you.
And next group, you're well, you're up.
Otherwise, you see them just it does this.
I reckon you should get really close. This one, they were far away, and look, it's just like, you can make that there was a person there. There's actually a person here, because there's a dog. But where's the dog? It's sort of all mixed up inside here. Yeah.
I think, well, I'm not speaking on behalf of the other one, I'll speak on behalf of myself, but we are walking all around stage, we're all going to stage. I know. No, it's just yeah. Oh, you were saying, I know.
So you'll get about waist height. Nah, you've got just so I can show you. You can see the box here. So that's about where your hands start. It works better too.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
So the more that you can get into that box, the better it will be.
So I could share.
Do we try and do something with hands? Yeah. Hand high and low on. Yeah, that kind of. Is that what we're going to do?
Yeah. So hands are good, and close to your face as well. Because then it'll get confused. And then you put your hands on your faces, and they'll be good. Alright, we're starting. Hang on. Oh yeah, that's good. We're off. Oh, this is great.
First Nations being like, would be allowed to observe.
Oh, well, I didn't expect it. The box stops halfway through. No. No, this one again. So then, say that. Just gotta get the box.
I'm just going to stay connected, and I'm going to send you those case studies.
Thank you. See you later. The other group that drifted down low. Yes.
Maybe get their names after that.
This was the first on the video, those three women should see inside out, right inside it. Obviously it's just inside out, but it's really lovely. So have you got thought?
Yes.
Yeah. So do you know what you want to do? You know your interpretive dance?
Yeah. Our structure.
Whichever way you want. Right, love it. Love it. Right, why don't you just shift a little bit this way so that I can get behind?
Like a little bit this way.
So, depending how yeah, like it's going to be not too bad. Yeah, that's good. Right. Right, and it's getting the hand and arm. It's going to be something wild. put an eye on place and get really kind of interested in there, and come out looking strange. Good job, well done.
On mics, but you can, do you want to be here or you can, we were thinking you could be down. Yeah, no worries, sure, yeah. Okay, so I might give you one to share and I'll, because I'm asking you questions. Really my questions are just, or do you have things to say already? Or
a little bit, but no, I'm happy to have questions.
So all I was going to say, so tell us about your experience with the program. Well, actually, tell us about the experience with the program, which would be like, we did it in this year, blah, 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 that kind of thing.
Which year did we do it in? 2021?
I think it was
Was yours 20?
I think it was 2020.
So you must be 21. Yeah, because you were a year after.
Yep.
And then I was just going to ask, what's the impacts? What have been the challenges? Is there what's work has this already done? And any advice you can give? Yeah. Only if we've got time for it. If we don't, it'll just be what we get time for. Is that okay with you?
Great.
So I'll give you that to share between you. I'm going to get.
I'm really happy for you to be,
Mediating. and-
prompt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. No worries.
Should we move
So,
should
what
we
do you
move the chairs over a little?
Yeah, move this wherever you want, wherever you feel comfortable. Yeah, because actually we're a bit hidden behind this table, aren't we?
Yeah. And where would you like us? Would you like to sit in the middle?
I think you two, well, yeah, I can sit in the wall. It's a bit weird if I'm not letting you know that you're going to come. I'll just push mine back a bit. Yeah. Put you two forward a bit. How's that? Is that good? Yeah?
But then we're kind of passing the mic over you.
Oh, no, that's right. Let me sit on the end. You two sit next to each other. That makes more sense. There we go. All right. Okay, how are
That
you?
feels right.
Okay. I'm just going to read Caitlin's mind because I've already read yours, if that's okay.
Okay, everybody, we're going to keep moving with the program, so please feel free to take your food to your table and make your way back to your seats. We're now going to have a panel. So I'll give you just a moment to get to your seats. So we're going to hear now from two organisations, both Bendigo-based, who undertook the Fair Play program in its first 2 years. So we're going to be talking to Caitlin Royce from Bendigo Art Gallery and Christian Leasley, who you've all just met from Arena Theatre. I'm just going to tell you who Caitlin is, because I already told you who Christian is. Caitlin Royce is the Public Programs Officer at Bendigo Art Gallery. She's worked in arts programming and education for the past 5 years in Australia and Indonesia, contributing to organisations such as Connors Gallery, Museum Makan, Theatre Arena, Performing Lines and La Trobe Art Institute. She's delivered a series of programs prioritising access and inclusion and has collaborated with Access Australia and Monash's Sensi Lab to bring engaging art experiences to Bendigo. So, please welcome them. I'm going to be asking them a few questions.
We have to press these on, don't we? Just the red button underneath. Yes, that's on now. Hello. Is that working? Nope.
Nope.
Sorry, Dylan, we should have done this in the break. It's my fault. Yeah, it's got the light on. Hello?
Hello?
Nobody home.
I was going to say. Hello? No? Just while we're getting that sorted, I'll just use my big theatrical voice. And the first question that I wanted to ask both Caitlin and Christian is about their experiences of the Fair Play program. So would you like to go first, Caitlin?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
We're
working.
on. Sorry, I shouldn't have banged it like that. Yes, I'd like to also just acknowledge the traditional owners of the land in which we meet today, the Djadja people, and Rodney, I think, has left now, but that was such an incredible welcome. So I work at Bendigo Art Gallery, and I've been working in public programs and learning at the gallery for almost 2 years. I've recently just gone to public programs, but was managing education, and I took over from Susie Luke, who actually was the person that went through Fair Play, and was very passionate about making everything as accessible as possible. And she actually went on to work in the council as in the Inclusive Communities department. So she did a lot of work. Sadly, I didn't actually get to go through the Fair Play initially, but it was adopted into the gallery strategy and into our education and public programs rollout. So I have been, in our handover, I was given a lot of the work that they had done, and Jessica Bridgefoot as well, the director of the gallery. So They had set a lot of goals, which were looking at, for one thing, the recruitment, so recruiting staff that were First Nations, also looking at, just diversity in general in our staff, and then our programs as well, so actually creating programs and experiences for everyone, really. And the building is an accessible building, so we do have opportunity to do that. We also work a lot with La Trobe Art Institute across the road, who have an accessible auditorium, so we're really lucky that we've actually got a physical space with our practice, which has been excellent. But they, the amount of we must have increased our programs that are First Nations focused by 80%, just having them on the team. Annie runs regular sessions, weekly sessions for school groups to come through and talk about First Nations art and how that can leverage different conversations, important conversations about society and culture, and does regular PD for teachers as well about teaching in the classroom, making sure that you've got a safe environment where you're talking about important things in the classroom. And Lorraine has actually just 2 weeks ago now launched her first exhibition at the gallery. So she has curated works from the collection by First Nations photographers, and it's a very interesting exhibition that I encourage you all to go and see, because Lorraine's actually included some photographs of her grandmother as well. So the idea of that exhibition is showing contemporary Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander artists who are turning the tides on the photographic medium and for truth-telling purposes. But the beginning of the exhibition focuses on the way that settlers came to Australia and portrayed Aboriginal people and would send the photos back to Europe to tell a particular story. So that's been so powerful. And then our actual programs, as you mentioned in the bio, we have partnered with Access Australia, and we've also partnered with SensiLab at Monash to deliver various programs. We also do regular Auslan tours and have Auslan interpretation. So kind of, these smaller things as well. Also in our CRM, in our comms around events, we always have the invitation for people to get in touch with us. We give spatial descriptions to make people feel as comfortable as possible. And we find that you have those bigger things that you can do, like hiring staff, but there's also these smaller things that you can do all the time about trying to improve communication, trying to stay up to date with what's available for making our spaces welcoming as possible. So that has been all, a result of the work that Susie and Jessica did years ago, and it's been really, really an honour for me to be able to carry that on into our programs over the last 2 years. Over to you, Christian.
I'll grab that mic.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Can I just really quickly ask, so the gallery is very close to us right now, isn't it? And at lunchtime, could people pop in if they wanted to?
Yep, everything there is free. Go and have a look, and go and... Right next door. Yeah, right next door.
For those who don't know, right next door. And what about you, Christian?
I'd say the impacts for Arena were immediate and multilateral across. Very similar to what Caitlin said, right across what we do in the theatre company. Things like staffing and board membership have shifted since then. But the thing perhaps I would point to most specifically is the way that we talk inside the company and the way that we talk to artists. The whole notion of cultural safety was really crystallised and clarified for us, which meant that our actions in relation to access and inclusion and diversity became very concrete. And because of the great work that we did with you, Gurkham, we knew, what the appropriate boundaries of that are. We were able to define it, and we were able to say, okay, so in this situation, let's work towards this goal. Because part of I wouldn't say we never experienced any paralysis, I suppose, but part of not being sure about certain actions was just like, well, how far is enough, or is this too much? How can we incorporate these things inside the company and still know that we can that we know what we're doing, like, with it, and that the impacts that it's having on those people that we're working with. And so what the program did was really give us just a very concrete framework around all of these things, and some were enormous things. Like, we changed, I mean, not solely due to fair play, but we changed our premises so that they were completely accessible. We had a member of staff with a disability who couldn't get upstairs, and she sort of could get upstairs. And so that's where these grey areas, and she actually didn't insist that we should move, but it was just clear to us that actually, that's a boundary that we really need to take action on, and we can take action on. And there are pros and cons of that move, but actually the fair play bandit really concrete for us what, the importance of those pros, and the cons just sort of melted away, in relation to those pros. And another example, again, in that almost grey area, is we were doing a project and we had a First Nations artist who, by no coincidence, is Annie Brigdale, because she's just so incredible, working on that project. And because of the language and the understanding that Fair Play gave us, that project went from, hey Annie, do you want to come on board with us? I've been seeing your work around and it's really terrific, to a series of conversations that went to, actually Annie, I think you should lead this project, and we should do this project about country and belonging with this group in California Gully, because I can see how this will work for you, and it'll work for the company, and it'll work for those kids. Now, before we did Fair Play, I don't think we would have had the language to get to that conversation so quickly, and to understand how to move through the different kind of invisible boundaries around things. And Fair Play gave us the language and the framework to be able to, make really concrete targets, and also to allow things to happen which could have happened anyway, but probably wouldn't have, because now we knew how to set up, a culturally safe space to have those conversations in an open way that meant that possibilities opened up.
Fantastic, thank you both. It's great to hear the impact. It's really, really, wonderful. But we all know that this work is not easy, and there are challenges. So I did want to ask you about that. Has there been challenges or, things that you find that you're still grappling with that take more time? Do you want to go first, Kate?
Yeah, sure. I guess that it's important to look at it as something that's always evolving and changing, and I've certainly gotten things wrong, which has been challenging personally, but also you have to focus on the work that you're trying to do, and working with people to improve. So working closely with members of the deaf community, and I've had some of my language be wrong and been pulled up on that, and just taken it on board, and that was the moment that I changed and started doing more research around my language. So I guess it's that kind of approach of just being open to learning all the time. And then some of the bigger ambitions that we have had that maybe have been tougher to bring to fruition have been around resources and budget. So like hiring staff is expensive, making new roles is expensive. So we'd love to be doing much more in that way, but I guess the idea is then, okay, well then how can we're lucky that we're an art gallery, and we can look at engaging First Nations artists, or artists who identify as having a disability, as opposed to like having them permanently on board. We can have them as contractors running workshops, which is really awesome. So but that's definitely a challenge. What do you think, Christian?
Similarly, on the back of that, I think we're very much a project-based organisation, which means that it's impossible to rest on your laurels, because you do a project and then it ends, and you retain relationships with those artists and with those people, but it's the nature of project work that then you have less contact with those people, and so that sense of, okay, that we kicked some goals there, that was terrific, or okay, well, what time is it, or what month is it, or is it still, are we still kicking those goals, or are we not, is particularly challenging when you don't have a company like us. We might have certain things on at certain times during the year, and then nothing for a few months, and so on. And also we move around the country a lot, and if venues or presenters aren't necessarily on board with some of the things that we'd like to work with in relation to a project, or sometimes that is a challenge as well. Is that, and often there's terrific intentions, but when it comes to things happening on the ground, when you're in and out over a weekend and things like that, it doesn't necessarily happen. I don't blame anybody necessarily, but it does. You still feel like you'd like to be able to have those things happen. I think the really is sort of individuals' expectations. So one person's view of how well a project is diverse, or how well a series of projects in their entirety feel like they're representative and inclusive and diverse, may not be the same as another person's. And so those conversations can actually be really challenging. It's good challenging sometimes. It's good to get some really hardcore views on that, and some gentler views on that. But those conversations sometimes can be pretty heavy, pretty heated, pretty committed, which they need to be. But it's not always easy.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions from the floor that you'd like to put to either Christian or Caitlin? Anything that they've mentioned that would be useful in terms of the work that you're doing? Just put your hand up and call out if you like. Oh, yes, Anne.
Hi, it's Anne. I'm from the Public Galleries Association Victoria, so I'll target my questions to you, Caitlin. Sorry. Or both of you, actually. Has the program led to you engaging, presenting work by more culturally diverse artists?
I probably couldn't answer that one directly because I'm not in the curatorial team or the director. I think yes, because we have a First Nations curator now, and we have actually had First Nations curators in the past. So we had the Pimpy exhibition, which was a very successful exhibition created by Shanae Hobson, who's now at NGV. Yes, I would say that all of these training opportunities that happen encourage our leaders to do the recruitment, and there's a lot of shifts in thinking in general about this, and now that we have Annie who's running education tours, we always have to make sure that we've got Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander work in the gallery on show. So yes, I would say it has increased it. Yeah. Oh, yes.
There's no question in my mind that it's increased, and we're constantly looking. That's that's what really came out of the Fair Play experience, is constantly looking and trying to be accountable to diversity, whether it's disability, or it's about First Nations, or it's about people of colour, and just looking, where does it sit across all of our projects? And it's complicated because sometimes we only have 2 or 3 people on a project, but it's a constant conversation with the company. Who is working on this project? Who are the artists? Who are the voices? And also inside the tech teams as well. So it's just a consistent, and on the just a consistent conversation, and really marking ourselves all on the way, going, where are we, who is working for us, who are we working for.
We've only got 2 minutes left of this panel, so I'm just going to ask if either of you have advice for the participants who've just completed the program this round. So we've got most of the group organisations here just completed the program, and there are a few who completed it earlier in the year. So any advice that you'd give people as they move forward?
Yeah,
did you want to go first, Christian?
Sure. I think my advice would be really obvious advice in a way, is that it's the open conversations are the things that make the change. It's making those connections and having really open conversations and being open to things shifting, your ideas shifting from the top of the conversation to the end. And if you go into conversations with with different groups in the community or individuals in the community with that in mind, that you might have a project, you might have something in mind, but it can change by the end of that conversation, then I think that's where we've actually had a lot of success.
I would say find people to work with and collaborate. We have had ideas for programs that we've really wanted to run, and it's not been easy because we don't necessarily have the space that's equipped for this certain thing, or staff with, say, Access Group Australia, who meant that we could send our art support and support dogs too, which is really great. And so the educators love going there now. And when we were trying to do it in the gallery space without the support, it just wasn't working. So I think that's been huge for us in many different programs that we run, is finding people to work with that are eager as well. I think a lot of us are. I think a lot of us are eager to work in this with bettering access and inclusion, so and making our spaces more equitable. So work with other people, partner with other people.
I would just underline that. There's actually way more support than we probably assumed that there was. So there's lots of things that we don't have skills in inside Arena. We've got a small staff, but actually there's lots and lots and lots of people who are absolutely committed to things, so we can just go out and find that group, and they will advise us on almost anything you can imagine. So that was one of the really great learnings as well, is that there's lots and lots of groups out there who will advise you on how to implement very practical, pragmatic things.
Fantastic. Thank you so much to both of you for sharing your experiences here and advice. We wish you all the best into the future. Thank you. Okay, so moving on now, I'm going to invite Lena again to come back up here, and also Karen Sovitzlis from Creative Victoria. Are you here, Karen? Is Karen here? Oh, there you are. Hi, Karen. Hello. Thank you. So I'd like to invite you both up here, because we're going to now present certificates to all the organisations that took part in the Fair Play program across 2023. Yes, so you're going to call out them, or am I calling out them, or do you want me to? Yep, I can call them out, and you can, yep. Yes, okay. So Karen...
I don't mean call them out in terms of in a bad way, because we're a strengths-based organisation. There'll be no calling out here today. Here you go.
We'll call people in.
We'll call people in instead. Did you learn about calling out and calling in? Can I just say, this is such an amazing program, but such a hard program, and I really want to acknowledge all of your work. You're all most of you are from pretty small venues. I've worked as a curator of a small kind of regional gallery myself, and this, both part-time staff, and I know all the training that council wants you to do and all that extra work, how hard it is to do. But by the end of it, I feel like hopefully what you've come out of feeling is like a sense of really having achieved something. And I think what's particularly challenging about this program is it's asking you to unlearn things and to think differently about the way that you've been taught to think about things. So thank you so much. You should all be so proud of yourselves. The amazing Carolyn Tunyon, who actually is the online facilitator and who organises everything and puts it on Notion, is here, and she's going to be calling out your names. And we have the wonderful Karen Savitzlis, who is from Creative Victoria, and they have been with us every step of the way, and we're so pleased to have Karen here today. So here you go, and I think Karen and I will be shaking your hands, and we'll get a photograph of you. We don't have our banner, but we will get yes, bring in the banner. We're very superbly organised. Yes. That was such a great conversation. That was, I was like writing notes. Thank you for that wonderful conversation. I always think partnerships, critical. Here, you want to hold it? Because I think it's all going to fall if you don't. Maybe that's...
We can just do the photo in front of the screen.
I'm actually...
Where do you want to put the person? Should we just put the banner behind?
It is being live streamed, and 2 of the organisations who couldn't attend today are joining on the live stream, and others are joining. And so we're very grateful for the Auslan interpreters, because what it means is that these conversations can live on and be accessible to deaf people as well. Who? Oh wow! Okay, cool.
Live on forever. Okay, let's start with our first group who went through Fair Play Regional Victoria this year, starting with Gippsland Art Gallery, who is not here.
Yes.
So moving right along to Riverlinks. Is Riverlinks here today? Oh, beautiful.
Being very formal, and now if you don't mind, we'll just stand here and get a wedding photo.
Still not the leg.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you want to be in the photo next time as well?
Oh, okay. We've got Colac Otway Performing Arts and Cultural Centre.
Thank you. And we're also giving you individual ones as well. Oh, thank you, Nat. To Karen. It does feel weird, I know. We wanted to kind of make it a little bit formal because you've worked a lot. This is a hard job.
Gurkham, did you want to? Gurkham?
No, that's okay. I think we've already got enough. Yeah.
I'm sorry. That being really long.
Just sent one of us up. Sorry.
No, it's great.
Alright, that's three. Mine's two. Bit of a smile, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. So then drop it. Next one.
Yeah, and the last one, I believe, is Horsham. Congratulations, Horsham Regional Art Gallery and Lauren. Yeah.
I didn't mean to get the front end. Can you jump into some of these?
I have to hold these into them, please.
Yes.
Okay, so we've got our Intake 2 group now, and we're starting with Congratulations Public Galleries Association of Victoria.
Yay! Thank you. One of our key partners in the group. It's for you to be in the middle. Get a lovely, and we have to scoot over.
Congratulations, Benalla Art Gallery.
Can you put them on the ground, Jackie?
Okay. Oh, here, I'll put them.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Oh, no.
Come on, Carol. Thank you.
And our lovely hosts, Bendigo Venues and Events. Congratulations.
Congratulations, and thank you for being our partner as well. My son this morning said, Mum, bring you back some gold. There's none left. There's none left? That's it. Why am I holding it? Thank you. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Lighthouse Theatre.
Now you jump in this one. Are they not? Okay.
Okay, well, we can hold on to that for a moment. And then we've got the Victorian Association of Performing Arts Centres. Thank you.
Also very grateful for your partnership. You be in the middle. Congratulations.
Oh no, I feel awkward.
Well, you should be in the middle because.
Congratulations. Thank you. Up next we've got West Gippsland, Bawbaw Shire.
Not here.
They're not here, but
Congratulations.
congratulations.
There was one of the teams that they had sickness and COVID actually.
Oh no. And last but definitely not least, the Cube Wodonga. And is Xavier back?
No, I don't know if Xavier's. No, but I'll let you later.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Lena. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, Xavier, just in time for your certificate.
So just come up here, we're just taking a photo and presenting us here.
Lovely.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done.
I'm Karen.
Randy,
Hello. So we're just going to take a photo and it's that way.
Lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. And now we've put aside a little bit of time just to hear from everyone who did the program this year. We'd just like you, one of you or all of you from your organisation, to come up and just share just 3 minutes of your experiences of the program. So you can just, tell us when you did the program, how you found it, how it was for you, anything you want to share, if there's already been any impacts or not, or anything that you'd like to share with us, just 3 minutes each. So I'm going to call out organisations one by one to come up. So if we could start, we're going to go with round one. I was going to go with Colac Otway Performing Arts Centre, if that's okay, just to come up for a few minutes to, yep. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Gurkham, and everyone at Fair Play, or who organised the Fair Play. It was a really great process. In Colac Otway, we've got actually a very diverse community, but the messages that the community tells itself is that it's not diverse, particularly in Colac, where the Performing Arts Centre is located. So when Zoe was able to access this training, I know there was, across the team, a lot of excitement about undertaking it. We definitely had a willingness to learn, and we're keen to undertake the training. So the training itself was really amazing, just to have so many weeks of content delivered by people with lived experience. That's just an exceptional opportunity that doesn't come along every day. So it was great. Thank you very much. And we all learnt a lot, and it has continued on a conversation at our workplace, in our office, and outside of office hours between myself, our colleagues, the whole team. And it was only the permanent full-time staff who undertook the training, but already that's been filtering down in those day-to-day conversations we're having, reframing of situations to more properly ensure that we've got an accessible space that's welcoming, not only to a narrow group within the community, but to the diversity of the community that we do have. So we also passed on some of the information, our notes, slides, screenshots, things like that we'd collected during the training to particularly, first of all, to our permanent part-time front of house staff member. And we have a lot of steps that are in process or actioned from our early sort of up to sort of 3 to 6 months, which is sort of where we're sitting at, part of the plan. It was really good actually. It was a fairly long drive up here yesterday, so we had about 3.5 hours on the road. So while Bron's car sickness could cope with it, we just sort of went through the plan, and because I think that's one of our greatest challenges actually is having time, because it does take time, like particularly to kind of like really engage with all of these thoughts when you're coming from a place of relative privilege yourself, to kind of be decolonising and breaking down all of those issues and trying to understand from everyone's perspective what they need from us. And we really rely on relationships. So Hannah is our engagement officer. We were really fortunate to do this training on the back of a restructure of COPAC. So rather than, excuse me, just kind of having 1 day a week in another role on marketing, we have a full-time person who's doing engagement marketing and able to make connections with people and have that be part of their role. So Hannah has been doing that really beautifully and made some great connections. I think it's early days, obviously, and it's an early part of the conversation, but we're already seeing the ways that those connections are flowing through. So just for example, with the local multicultural community or culturally and linguistically diverse community, they have an organisation that works in that space that I'm probably going to get the old name, Diversitat, and it's now Cultura. That's right. And so Hannah's been in touch with staff there and then invited along to a meeting as a COPAC representative, and it was very exciting because they're the only council staff representative there, I believe, which was also noted by our mayor. So yay, who was very excited about it. And then coming out of that, we sort of almost immediately got a call for a room booking. And because we'd done this training, we were able to, it was a little bit confusing for us what was actually required with the room, because it was a request for a booking but without payment. And we're kind of like, well, that's not what we do. That's not our business model. But we sort of drilled down internally, so across the organisation rather than back out to the customer, and found that there'd actually been a request from council to meet. And then we were able to provide the room. We got a work order from internally, and we were able to go back to that person without them having to kind of contact council at multiple points. So I felt like that was a real success of the training. So yeah, that's possibly 3 minutes, but I feel like I've kind of covered some of our experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Natalie. It was wonderful to hear from you. Now we're going to go to Lauren Simpson from Horsham Art Gallery.
One of those people who bring this down as well. Thank you. Stay. All right. So I just want to thank all the people who were part of Fair Play, because I think I started like a week before Gorkum recruited me and was like, do you want to be a part of this? So I was very appreciative. I'd only been in my role, I think it was at that time about 3 or 4 months. I was a teacher before I was a director of a gallery. So it was sort of a next step for me in terms of this space, because I'd done a lot of work on diversity and inclusion as a teacher. So it was fantastic to be able to bring this into the gallery space. And I was the only participant because we have a very small team at the gallery. We have a lot of changeover happening now, but at that point, so I was the only full-time staff member who was able to participate. So at the moment, I'm sort of trying to embed some of the things that I developed as part of our EAP within my team, which is kind of hard as we're now again going through a changeover of 5 new staff. So, but it was great to be able to develop that EAP for my team, especially with the help of Dom, because Dom was fantastic. So thank you, Dom. But based on having developed ours, I've been able to actually start working with an equity inclusion working group as part of council, which those who are part of council galleries or performing arts centres know that working with council is quite a difficult process and can take a long period of time to actually get anything done or actually developed or actually get anything started. So being part of this equity inclusion working group has been fantastic, because I've been able to actually recommend some of the goals that we started to develop as part of our EAP. So especially we are working with people within council to start them thinking about how we can be more equitable within our council area. So we've started looking at, for example, some of the events that we hold. So, for example, Reconciliation Week, we hold that at our town hall, our venue, and looking at how we can be educating the staff. So looking at people like Irfan Daliri and getting him to come and actually speak and teach anti-racism training on that week, which should be fantastic. So we're looking into that. But how to support that within the staff so then they can go out and actually teach community properly. We've now been able to start looking at accessible signage for our venue. So I'm a gallery, but we are part of our Horsham Town Hall as a whole venue. So we're looking at how we can make our space more inclusive and safe. We found when I was doing the EAP quite difficult to get hold of my land councils. So they're quite busy, they're understaffed. Their CEO is also their marketing person and all these different people. So trying to get them involved at the time was quite difficult, but luckily enough, my previous public arts officer is now working a role at BGLC, and we've actually been able to now start developing a better relationship with them. And we're actually developing an exhibition for next year for First Nations people alongside the Know My Name exhibition that we've got on at the same time. So being able to have that relationship grow has sort of started to help how we're working with making our space safe and equitable. So because of this EAP, we've now been started to develop next year's program, look at more closely at equity within our program. We're hoping to have a queer exhibition next year, which is close to my heart. I'm the secretary of the Women Pride Association in Horsham, so it's been fantastic being able to work with them, but also develop projects that link back community, link back people who are part of the COLD community and disability community. We're hoping to run dementia workshops. We've now got migrant women who are creating bucket hats in our shop, which is fantastic. So if you ever come to Horsham, please buy a bucket hat. And we're actually forming relationships with Indigenous curators to help support some of our exhibitions that we already do continuously, which is like a NAIDOC exhibition, which was pointed out to me by my male white curator, who was like, why am I doing this? It doesn't seem right that I'm putting this on. Can we get someone else? So developing that relationship with Indigenous curators who have that knowledge, so we're not feeling like we're imparting wisdom that's not ours. So it has been really enlightening to be part of this program, because I, as an educator, it's part of my being to be a person who teaches people things, and it's been great to be able to impart that wisdom onto my staff. And the whole idea of this EAP, the fact that we have a small staff, was to create processes and procedures and things that we can embed that will be passed on to anybody who comes in, because that's the hard part about small galleries, is that everyone who learns really well goes off and does bigger, better things. So you sort of need to be able to pass these things on to new people as they come in. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. I'd now like to invite Catherine Hauptmann from Benalla Art Gallery. So we're now moving into round 2, so people who are just completing the program right now. You haven't quite completed, you're almost completed.
I'm just going to start by saying I'm very nervous because I don't do any public speaking in my role, so I'm just going to stick to my notes and hopefully go okay. My name's Kat and I proudly represent the Benalla Art Gallery. Our gallery serves the diverse communities of the Benalla local government area, which spans Yorta Yorta and Tangerang country. It's been such a privilege to take part in the Fair Play program, deepening my knowledge and understanding both personally and as part of a team. And I want to thank pardon me. And I want to extend my thanks to the entire Benalla Art Gallery team, as it was such a rich experience for all of us to take this journey together. Reflecting personally on my experience, it was eye-opening to be able to explore and unravel our unconscious biases, admittedly at times a little confronting and uncomfortable. Self-discovery and a process of unlearning has provided valuable insight, fostering a greater understanding of our own perspectives and realising how this may influence and shape the way we engage with and serve our community. It has even seeded rich discussions with my kids at home, which will help their understanding of the world as they grow. I've discovered more about my colleagues and our organisation through this process, through open and candid conversations, and understanding how this work advances our objectives set in a new strategic plan earlier this year to become the physical and experiential and conceptual meeting point in North East Victoria, a place that reflects the diversity of our stories and contribution of all Australians as creators of culture. This journey has educated and empowered me to feel more comfortable discussing issues like racism and ableism, and empowered me to speak up. I've got a lot more to learn, but I feel this experience has given me a strong foundation and look forward to seeing how Benalla Art Gallery can use these teachings to become a positive agent of change at a local level. One of the highlights of the program was a really enlightening session with Taungurung elder Uncle Den Simpson. His insights gave us a greater understanding of Benalla's history and the issues of its contested land history, and how we can continue to build enduring relationships with local communities and all of those who have deep connection to country. I'm grateful to have had the opportunity to connect with various places and faces throughout Victoria. Our journey's been enriched by the insights shared by our incredible speakers, facilitators and mentors. They've broadened our horizons and motivated us to make positive changes in our communities. I want to pay particular thanks to Creative Victoria for supporting this program, to Gurkham and Carolyn and all the Diversity Arts Australia team for designing the program, and to all of our incredible speakers for allowing us to benefit from your knowledge and lived experiences, and particularly to our mentor Margaret for her generous guidance. I'm looking forward to continuing our collective efforts as a team at Benalla Art Gallery to create positive change, raise understanding and work towards a more inclusive and equitable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Kat. I'd now like to invite Bendigo Venue and Events, Julie Amos. Thank you so much.
It was a long walk. It's a big room. Hi, I would like to acknowledge that we're on Dja Dja Wurrung country and pay respects to elders past, present, future, and acknowledge any First Nations people in the room today. Wow, you've already heard a lot about Bendigo from Rodney Carter and also from Deputy Mayor-elect Councillor Matthew Evans. It's a bit of a mouthful, but Bendigo's a pretty happening place, and also Caitlin from Bendigo Art Gallery and from Christian from Arena Theatre Company. Sorry, it is very Bendigo-centric, but I am really pleased that the Fair Play Symposium has chosen Bendigo this year to be the host of this great program and this recognition of the work that's being done in the performing arts sector. We're not at the beginning of the journey in Bendigo, as you may have picked up on by now. There's actually a heap of stuff happening, but it doesn't mean that we're finished. So this is probably the only chance that I have to talk about things that we've done, so I'm going to grab it. But while you're in this building, we didn't organise to do a tour, but there's some things I wanted to point out that have happened really recently that you can notice on your lunch break or as you're walking to your car or heading to one of the tours that we're doing today. There is an acknowledgement of country light sculpture out the front of Dudley House, which is amazing. If you're here after dark or if you saw it last night, it completely lights up the View Street cityscape, and it is the words of the City of Greater Bendigo's acknowledgement of country of the Dja Dja Wurrung people and the Taungurung people who their border is just down near Heathcote but is within the City of Greater Bendigo's demographic. There's a huge painting of Uncle Jack Charles on a billboard out the back of the Capitol Theatre. So if you head out the back there, you'll see that. It was actually painted by a local First Nations woman artist, very young one actually, who's just developing her career. Her name is Kira Long, and we also acquired that painting. It was an artwork. I think it initially was shown, Marie, in the Noldorong exhibition. And then it was in the inaugural exhibition of Jarjawima, which is our First Nations gallery run by Bendigo Venues and Events, and it is down at the Visitor Information Centre. If you can't make it today, please come back to Bendigo and have a look at these things that are popping up around our city. Also, I have to mention that in Dudley House, so as you're admiring that beautiful light sculpture, this week is actually Yapanya, and I thought that Rodney Carter might have mentioned it, but it is the 10-year anniversary since the very, very first recognition and settlement agreement was signed between the Dja Dja Wurrung people and the Victorian government. So it's been in place for 10 years, and that is a huge milestone. So they're having a whole week-long celebration, and there's been First Nations walking tours, there's been a whole range of activities that have happened, but today, you're lucky, it's the Twilight Night Market and an art exhibition in Dudley House, which is a community art gallery. I know you're getting confused. Bendigo Art Gallery that way, Dudley House Community Art Gallery that way. But if you can check it out today or even this evening, it's open till 9 o'clock? No, 4 o'clock. 9 o'clock tonight, thank you. And you can have the opportunity to take home some First Nations artwork from this region, from people that are living on country. So there's heaps more that I could talk about, but I'm not going to, because you've probably had enough of hearing about some of the things that are happening in Bendigo. But being part of this program has been such a great opportunity for the leadership team at Bendigo Venues and Events to take stock really and just have a moment to think about our current initiatives in diversity and inclusion and to acknowledge the gaps and where we can do better. Like I said, we're not at the beginning of our journey, and there's a lot of work that's already been done by people that were here before me and by people who are currently in the room, because the leadership team have been here for a very long time. I'll just acknowledge that Marie Tonkin's been here 20 years this year, and that Stephen Henderson is celebrating his 15 years at BV&E. And Shelley Slade, I don't know what you're up to, 7, 8, 10? Not sure, it's complicated. And Jacoba Kelly as well has been here for quite a long time as well, I reckon around a decade, but again, stop-start. So I'm the new kid on the block. I've only been here almost 2 years, but I was away for 2 weeks, so I got nominated as the spokesperson. Thank you. But it's really important for us to take some time, because BV&E is super busy, as we all are, because we're in a regional setting and we're trying to over-deliver on the small resources that we have. We're just lucky in Bendigo that we have a fantastic city council that supports us. We have these great historic buildings. Did I mention that this building is actually turning 150 this year? 150. Anyway, it's unbelievable. Access problems up the wazoo, but we're working on it. But it's great for us to just take a moment to be in a room and go, this is the priority for us right now. And our mentor was actually Gurkham, and I'm so sorry because we were so difficult to work with. We were difficult to pin down and to get to do work between our sessions. So apologies from all of us. And we also, after having a really full-on start to the year, we all took a little bit of leave during that process. So it was really incongruent and a little bit broken, but hugely valuable for us to have that space and time to think about such important issues as access, equity and inclusion in our spaces. And although we've been working in this space for some time, it's been really ad hoc. It's been, let's do an artwork, let's get that thing that we know happening, let's work with this group because they're active. But for us to actually sit down and strategise and take the time and the space and make this important issue our priority and think, yes, we are doing it in this ad hoc way, but is that the best way that we can use our time and resources? And are we delivering the most that we can within our capacity? Because we all have a limit on our capacity. So it was the perfect timing really for BV&E to come up with a plan and with actions to keep ourselves in a place where we can be accountable to ourselves and to our community, and to also track our progress in this space without being too ambitious, because we all wanted to do everything immediately. So there's some learnings that we've taken from this process and this journey. And I do want to thank all of the trainers and the mentors, and Gurkham especially, and for everyone that's funded the program to make it possible. We're really committed to the simple principle that we're taking away from this program, that nothing about us without us. I know the participants are all going to be nodding, going, yes, that's such an important part of this program. But we're really going to be seeking out people in our community to work with us to help achieve the goals that we've set for ourselves, because we acknowledge that we're coming from a place of privilege and that we don't have the lived experience of our community and all of that diversity that is within our community. So that's one of the big things that I've taken out of this program, is to, if you don't know, find someone who does know and get them on board to help. And I know that's a common theme from the last speakers that we've had as well, but that's really all I needed to say. Nothing about us without us is going to live with me forever. So thank you.
Thank you, Julie. I'd now like to invite Beck from the Cube Wodonga. Thank you.
I also don't like talking in public, so... I also wanted to say thank you very much to the Arts Diversity team. The program was fantastic and my team really enjoyed it as well. The mentor sessions were both inspiring and fantastic in that you were able to drag so much information and ideas out of our existing team whilst guiding us in the right direction. So that was really fantastic, and not what I've written, so I'll go back to my notes. So I'm Beck, I'm the team leader at the Cube Wodonga, which is on the contested lands of the Dudarawa peoples. And like others before me, I want to say thank you to the whole team and the opportunity. The program has definitely initiated some great discussions within both our team and other council departments, as well as our external organisations that we regularly work with. So that's been really exciting to kind of have those talks about how we can improve and make things better for our community. It was great to get the whole team on board, and for me as their team leader to hear their ideas and suggestions and their thinking about this as well and how they can kind of contribute in their individual departments and ideas, which was really great. We've definitely asked ourselves a lot through this process, how do we ensure that we're going to be able to meet that plan within the existing restricted budgets, ever declining support from councils for arts and all of those great things that you have to deal with in a local government environment. But having the discussions we've already started having discussions with our community with those lived experiences in those diverse groups, and discovering that there's some things that we can do really easily within our existing processes and structures. So nothing is scary, and, you know, whilst there's a lot of work ahead of us, there are manageable and achievable things that we can do within those restrictions to make us more accessible, more safe, more comfortable, more free to our community, so that they feel like they can utilise our space. And for us, being able to bring in team leaders from the gallery library, which is across our courtyard, and our arts development team, and as well as our marketing team, has meant that we've been able to open a lot more doors and opportunities for our extended arts community, I guess. So it's all been really, really great, exhausting, challenging, and inspiring. So thanks.
Thank you very much, Beck. Xavier from Lighthouse Theatre.
Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, I'm from Lighthouse Theatre in Warrnambool. So, Warrnambool is a large regional city on the southwest coast of Victoria of about 35, probably hitting closer to 40,000 people now. But we're in a unique situation in Victoria in that we're one of the little tiny places that somehow managed to avoid amalgamation a long time ago. So we're this little regional city surrounded by a much larger regional set of shires. And so as a venue and as a arts and cultural service, we actually often service a much larger part of our region. So one of the interesting things for me when we started this program was that our council and I suppose our community had often thought of the theatre and our art gallery, which is also part of our council as a space that really, we have some venues, so we're doing cultural stuff, so that's all good. The community will work the rest out themselves. And that was very much, when I moved there 10 years ago and started working there, the vibe. And over time, Warrnambool, in my time there, has moved from a place where a lot of people go to retire and live out the last years of their life in a lovely place to actually a very diverse place. We have a lot of migrants, we have a lot of First Nations people, we have a lot of people from diverse backgrounds, and it was really quite wonderful in a weird way that when we got our audit report back and there was lots of like red and saying these are things you really need to start because you haven't got there, actually being able to go and present that to my managers and people in council to say we've got some work to do and this program is really important. And so that then informed through our team who were already keen, because we're all from a cultural background, a cultural services background, to actually improve the access for our community. We're able to take a lot of the things we were kind of doing ourselves in the work we were doing and actually incorporate that into a plan, and incorporate that into a plan that I think in our organisation is a little bit what I like to call managing up. So it's a little bit of us being able to go, we're really as a venue and as a service of council committing to push these things, and even if the organisation might lag behind a little bit, it's important for us to be doing this work, and then they will catch up whenever that's ready for them. So for us, it's been a really good journey to actually be able to go, regardless of the fact that we may not always be able to achieve the things we want to achieve within an organisation like a council. As a venue, there's a lot we have power to do. There's a lot I have power to do as a venue manager. There's a lot my team has power to do within those relationships. And as some of the other participants have said, you know, sometimes even under-resourced teams and under-resourced venues, there's a lot of things that you can still do. And I think putting those down and then being able to also use that plan to get resources for the other things that we mightn't currently be able to achieve, but we should be achieving, is also really valuable. So yes, thank you to everyone, and thank you particularly to Dominic, who's been our mentor and has been incredible as well in helping formulate some of those thoughts into our plan. So thank you.
Thank you, Xavier. I'd now like to invite Anne Robertson from Public Galleries Association of Victoria.
Just been making some notes, which I may or may not refer to. I'd like to thank Gurkham and Lena and all of the Diversity Arts Australia team for your incredible work on this program, and to Karen and Creative Victoria for funding this and making it possible. So PGAV got involved. We were invited to be part of it. I should explain, we're the peak body for the gallery sector in Victoria, and 19 of our members are from regional Victoria. So we were invited to provide advice on how we could design the programs to enable small galleries to take part, small regional galleries to be part of it and to take it on board. And then through that process, we were welcomed into the program, which was amazing. I should explain that PGAV is 1.8 staff, 1.6 staff, so we're tiny ourselves. The training was pretty full on, very in-depth, a big commitment. But for us, it will be transformative. It's already shifted our thinking and our approach and our planning through just developing the EAP process and the mentoring process. But I should just say, I'll just go back a step and just say, PGAV, our role is to support, develop and promote the sector. And so a lot of our work has been in equity and inclusion and access, is about trying to promote all the incredible work that the gallery sector is doing, the diversity of the artists that they're showing, that they're working with, that they engage to deliver programs. So we're very much about trying to promote that out there to help foster diverse audiences to feel comfortable to come into galleries. And that's pretty much all we had capacity to do. But through this program, we've now realised that we can do a whole range of other things to try and make that more of a reality. And the biggest one, and the one that I'm most excited about, is very much about creating a leadership program to fast track employment of diverse creatives into our sector. Because in the gallery sector, they're engaging with artists that are diverse, but the staff that are doing that, we're all largely white. So we really want to help shift that going forwards, and we think that offering training in what it means, what's involved in being a leader of a gallery is going to be critical, and just providing that pathway and entryway into the sector will be transformative over the longer term. So that's what we've got from the program. It has been, as I say, it has been a major commitment from us in terms of how small we are, but it's been, fabulous for the organisation, and it's the legacy that when, you know, current staff do move on, that it will be there and it's embedded in the organisation from the board through to the staff, through to our members as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Anne. And now I'd like to invite our last participant, VAPAC, Victorian Association Performing Arts Centres. Thank you.
Hello everybody, my name's Amy. Sorry, Patrick is unfortunately an apology today, and I'm sure if he was here he would do this 3 minutes very much justice, but so I'm here instead. I'd like to thank Diversity Arts Australia for letting us be a part of the program as well as be on the advisory committee. It's been such an amazing experience, and also Creative Victoria, and thank you to all of everybody that I met in the sessions. It's been great to get to know you all. This experience for VAPAC as a whole has been really amazing and collaborative. The conversations that me, Mel and Patrick have all been able to have, now that we have stepped on knowing all this knowledge, and being able to think about how we're doing our initiatives differently in more of a cultural space has been really phenomenal. I do want to say Patrick has very much led this opportunity for us. He had a vision to make sure VAPAC has a commitment to diversity and inclusion, and he was able to get us onto the advisory board and put us as staff in those meetings to be able to expand VAPAC as a whole, not just to help our organisation but to provide support to the different venues that are a part of VAPAC, as we are a peak body support network, so that's our main goal, is supporting everybody. So being able to now contribute more and be in those conversations and have that knowledge is really amazing, and this program has been so exceptional, allowing us to have that knowledge now. So I really want to thank you all for allowing this. I had other notes, but I think we've all said so many amazing things, so I just want to thank you all so much. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone. It was really an honour to hear from you all, and I know that speaking up in front of a mic is not everyone's cup of tea. So really appreciate that you did it and spoke to everyone, and really, really wonderful just to hear, people's experiences and, you know, what's impacts there have been and what changes it's made. And then, also to hear about the challenges. It's also really important because, as I said at the beginning, it's not always easy, but we at Diversity Arts are so glad that so many of you have been involved in the program and are moving forward, and that we'll really look forward to the future, talking about, you know, how things have gone and looking at some changes as you're all committed to, which is fantastic. It's now time for lunch. I think we're just a couple of minutes early, so they're just laying it out right now. So the plan now is we've got about 50 minutes for lunch, so just relax, take your time. You can obviously stay in here and eat and so on, but as we said, there's the gallery next door if you do want to pop in. We're going to start back in here at 1:30, and then we've got a jam-packed afternoon with some panels. We're going to hear from Loddon Campasky Multicultural Services, particularly about how to engage newly arrived migrant and refugee creatives and communities, so some really, really insightful knowledge there. We're also going to hear from our incredible mentors, Margaret and Dominique, who are going to, both of them have immense experience engaging with artists and communities with disabilities. So they're going to talk a lot about that. And we're also going to hear from Naldarin, which is an organisation based in Castlemaine, which is an Aboriginal-led organisation. We're going to hear about some really great training work that they do. And we're also going to hear from Create A, which is an organisation based here in Bendigo who works with young people with disability and performance. So we've got a really great afternoon packed. So enjoy yourselves at lunch, and we'll see you back here at 1:30. We'll just give them one moment just to set up the lunch there. Before we break, did anyone have any questions, anything they need answered, or is everyone okay? Does everyone know what's happening? Is everyone going all right?
We have a minute.
Yep.
How do people feel about just getting a massive group photo?
Yeah, should we do that now? Because by the afternoon, we might all be a bit tired. Where would you like to do that, Lena? Oh, yep.
Just let people know that Mitch, our photographer,
Yes.
will be leaving at 2.
Oh,
so
yes.
We're going to be taking photos of everyone.
During lunch. Yeah. Okay. So, is Mitch not here? Or?
They've just gone to set up somewhere.
Okay. So, okay, we're not going to do a group photo. However, our photographer Mitch is only here today until 2 o'clock. So what we'd like to do, if we could, is during lunchtime, we'd love it if we could take photos of, who are we taking photos of? Just
all of you wonderful people who've come today.
So we might just come and ask if we could take a photo of you. Of course, you don't have to. It's not It's not mandatory. But if you wouldn't mind being photographed, we'd love it if we could take you to the photograph space, which is just out here somewhere. We've set up. So we'll come up to you and we'll ask you if you wouldn't mind to have your photo taken. Was there any other announcements we needed to make? Yes, also Zoe, our wonderful videographer, is documenting today and we'll be making a short trailer of the day. And we'd love to do a few interview stories with people, just really short, a few questions. So Zoe might also come up to you and ask if you could just do a couple of vox pop to camera just for a couple of minutes, if that's okay. Yep. Any other announcements? Did everyone hear that? So Lena was saying that there's a hashtag if you want to take your own photos and post them, feel free to. Any other announcements? No? Wonderful. All right. Well, thank you so much to Lou and Michelle so far for all your amazing interpreting. And thank you so much to everyone for the morning. We will see you all at 1:30. Thank you. If you'd like, oh, Dylan, hello. Everyone, we're about to get started. If you could please grab your seats. Oh, they're leaving. We've got an afternoon packed full of things, so we'd like to get started as soon as possible, if we could. Okay, I'm going to introduce our next speaker. Today we have John and Yvette from Create A. Create A is a contemporary arts company based in Bendigo, making new work across diverse visual and performance-based practices. Established in 2002, Create A provides opportunities for people with disability to engage with contemporary arts practice and to present their work publicly. Create A is a program of Golden City Support Services. In 2016, Create A's performing ensemble was invited to be resident company at the Engine Room, a black box theatre that is part of Bendigo Venues and Events. It's just behind us here. John Willis is creative producer with Create A. Yvette Keane is a member of the performing ensemble. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon. As Gurkham said, my name is John Willis. I'm going to give you a very quick audio description. So I am a fair-skinned male, and I'm over 60 years of age, and I have shoulder-length grey hair with a short grey beard, and I'm wearing a tan shirt today. I'm going to get Yvette to introduce herself.
Hi, I'm Yvette Keane, and I'm a woman, and I got burgundy hair and a pink jumper.
Turn it on. I'm so sorry, Yvette. I think it just needs to press the button on. Yep, just press this button on here.
Hello. Hello. Sorry. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. This is Gurkham introducing Yvette. Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Yvette Keane, and I'm a woman, and I've got burgundy hair and pink jumper and jeans and blue shoes.
Create A is a company that began in 2002, and we began by running some dance parties in Bendigo. And we were inspired by Club Wild, what I think are called now Wild at Heart, from Melbourne. They came and mentored us. We took over one of the nightclubs in town, and alongside that, over the weekend, we ran some performance workshops. And we were so inspired by those workshops and the kinds of things that came out of them that we decided that we had to keep going and do more of this kind of work. So we saw people doing things in those workshops that we'd never seen them do before. And the kind of engagement that they had with that expression, that creative expression, meant that it gave us a huge amount of material actually to work with. Fortunately, we've been able to keep going since then, almost over 20 years. And I have to say that it hasn't got any easier to keep us going financially. Funding maybe even has got more difficult. But what has kept us going is that we've had access to extraordinary artists and to fantastic resources. And so our connection with Bendigo Venues and Events is very valuable to us. It's meant that we've been able to continue doing what we do and to do it at a high standard. I'm going to show you our ensemble, our performance ensemble members. here they are. There's 11 of them there. They're adults of varying ages, and both men and women. And they are the basis of our public performance work. We meet every Wednesday at the engine room usually, and we devise our performances from there. Yvette has been with us, I think, almost from the start. Yvette, can I ask you, what has been most valuable for you in being part of Create A?
Well, the most valuable being part of Grade A for me, because I was from a small country town, and Grade A has given me lots of opportunity, and I love performing, and it's given me lots of confidence and self-esteem, and I love performing on stage.
Yep, thanks Yvette. And from your little country town in Witchyproof, did you have any experience of performing arts at all?
No, in Witchyproof they don't really have much performing arts, so Grade A has given me a great opportunity.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to show you some examples of some of the kinds of work we do, and I'm hoping that maybe we don't run too close to time and there are some opportunities for questions. This is a work called On Display. And in fact, On Display is an international performance project. It's created by Heidi Latsky Dance in New York, and it's each year around International Day for People with Disabilities. Towns and cities around the world are invited to produce this performance. As you can see, all the performers are in white. They're in a public space when the public are invited to come and observe them. And it's quite a powerful work. We performed this in the Bendigo Art Gallery here, also next door. It's great having all of the institutions next door to each other. And I think it's an example of some of the collaborations that we've been able to have. We've collaborated with a wide range of artists and with other arts companies, and that's been created a huge value and given us a diverse experience. We perform all over the place, including outdoors. This is at Castlemaine State Festival a few years ago, a project called Produce. We worked with Born in a Taxi for this production, and places like festivals have been a great opportunity to gain some exposure and to have people experience our work who might not normally select that or choose it. Produce was performed in a park. It was advertised, but there were also people that were walking through and came upon the performance. So, as you can see in this slide, which is actually at a Lumbra theatre, we're pretty much masked up. And over the period of COVID, we had to cease all of our public performances and public activities. But we kept working and we kept developing new work. Most recently, we worked with the choreographer Heidi Barrett who's based in Castlemaine. And through a grant through the City of Greater Bendigo, we were able to have an artist residency. Heidi worked with our company over a period of 6 months, developing some work. At the time, the nature of the residency didn't have a specific outcome, which was actually valuable to us because over that period we had an invitation to produce our work as part of a program at Castlemaine State Festival this year. And after talking with Heidi, we realised that this was a great opportunity. And I'm going to show a little clip of that. I'm going to change from here. I don't trust embedding videos in PowerPoint, so excuse me. We've got audio there. So I'm just going to pause that. We don't seem to have the audio for it. Is that going to help? Can you hear me through this? Yes? Maybe while that technical detail is being taken care of, I might just have a conversation with Yvette about this work. Can you say something about how you were involved in working with Heidi and creating this work?
Yes, we work with Heidi with this work, getting ideas for our performance, and we come up with a choreography for our dance moves, and it's called Move With Me, and we come up with some moves and pieces for this performance.
Yeah, so this work in particularly draws.
I found out that Create A were offering like a 6-month residency.
Coming from ensemble members.
The history of dance in my life.
Yeah, I think you're right to go.
I found out that Create A were offering like a 6-month residency, and I'm Heidi Barrett, and I'm a choreographer. I have a long history of dance in my life. I found out that Create A were offering like a 6-month residency with them, and I just thought, I want to do that. I want to find out more about Create A and what it's like to work with people with disabilities and just expand my practice as a choreographer. Koya is a movement practice that's based on the idea that through movement we remember that we are wise, wild and free. A Koya class sort of goes on a journey of going inward and setting intention and stretching and warming up the body and getting to a place of freedom, of expression, of connecting inward and then expressing that outward. And I thought, well, that's what I've been doing, and so let's have a play with that, with the Create A ensemble.
And breathe. And down. Imagine
Okay, there we are, back again. Thank you. One of the things that having access to space and to tech and to a venue is that we've been able to work on developing pieces over time. It typically takes us probably 12 months or more to develop a new piece, and being able to experiment and improvise and do a lot of work on the day, on the spot, means that that continuity of venue, of having those things available to us, enables us to take pieces to a much greater level than we would if we're just rushing through and trying to get something done in 3 months. This is some of the developmental work we did for a work called Dendron, the Forest in Us, that was part of a program for the Regional Centre for Culture that was in... So this is a shot from some developmental work that was interrupted by COVID. And when COVID hit, as I said, everything stopped, but we rescued something from this. And I'm going to show you a little video clip now.
Originally, Create A was doing a project 2 years ago, before COVID, called Do You Dare Me To? And we worked with ZFit and 5 Angry Men to do kind of aerial performance. But it got interrupted and we couldn't really pick it up again quite as easily. But fortunately, 5 Angry Men got the gig at Bendigo Easter Festival to present their work, The Bells. Steve got in touch and said, we really want to support the guys there. And he said, what about a stage management team? And I thought it was a brilliant idea.
Each part of the spider requires 2 long and 1 short.
We wanted it to be a bit more heavy duty and to throw some people into the deep end. So again, do you dare me to? Do you dare to really get your hands dirty and be a bit tired and a bit exhausted, not really feel like doing it, but you know what? The audience is here in half an hour. We've got to get this done. How does that feel? Out of your comfort zone? That's great. We're all in it together. And that's been really lovely to see them engage with that. Yeah. And you can do all the away from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yep. So you get used to the sounds. This is your job.
It's a production that involves people with a disability. It gives them a stage, and I love how they're incorporated in the program. It's wonderful to be part of it. It's going to add a special bit extra here.
I think we've just about used up our time. I would have liked to have had some questions, but one question.
Does anyone have a question on the floor? Yes?
We're working on something called Burnout Ballet, and I might leave you with the mystery of that. Also, I just wanted to say that the work with 5 Angry Men is something that we want to expand some more, and thinking about how people with disability might be more involved in some of the backstage, front of house, those kinds of roles, getting involved in the arts industry, and again, working with venues to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks so much, John and Yvette, for sharing your work with us. I'm now going to introduce 4 people from the Loddon Campaspe Multicultural Services, which is based in Bendigo. If you would like to come up, we've got 4 chairs here waiting for you, and I'll introduce you as you come up. So we're going to have a panel with Elisangelo Couto, Team Leader, Community and Capacity Building. This is Elisangelo. We're also, I'll just read out your bio, is that okay? Yep, so Elisangelo has a Bachelor of Tourism Planning and Masters in Community Planning and Development from La Trobe University. Elisangelo has worked all over Mozambique and South America and started as a course coordinator in a polytechnic institute in Mozambique. Born in Mozambique, she moved to Australia in 2015. We've also got Panmala Pate, Specialist Cold Practitioner. Panmala, do you want to put your hand up? Yeah, thanks. Panmala first started with LCMS as a category and diversity. In her spare time, she volunteers her energy and efforts at Karen community meetings and gatherings to support the organisation and planning of cultural and religious celebrations in the community. Yoko Viga, I'm so sorry, Community Services Trainee. Yoko has a Bachelor of Arts degree and Associate degree in Information and Technology from the University of Japan. She's a qualified Japanese teacher in Japan with over 15 years' experience. Yoko moved to Australia in 2019 with her family and started working at LCMS in April 2022. She assists with the coordination of the Multicultural Playgroup and LCMS Food Share. And Leila Hashimi, Community Development Worker and JVES Specialist Mentor. Leila started working at LCMS in 2020 to help provide bilingual support in response to the pandemic. She provides settlement support and is part of the employment team at JVES Specialist Mentor. Leila is Hazara from Afghanistan, and her work directly assists local Hazara and Afghan communities. Leila has engaged in mental health and domestic violence training to enhance her knowledge about local services that are available to communities. Thank you so much for being here today. We're going to talk today a little bit about how to work with and engage people from diverse communities living in the regions, from migrant and refugee backgrounds. But first, Leila is going to do an acknowledgement and a poem in Dari. Is that correct? Is that okay, Leila? Did you want to come up here, Leila, or do you want to just go there, wherever you want? From here? Yes, please come.
Leila is getting her notes, but while Leila is doing, just a correction, Yoko is no longer a trainee. She's now qualified. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you know, she already introduced myself, so I would like to read the acknowledgement of country in Hazaragi or Dari. یادآوری و احترام سرزمین، من میخواهم یادآوری کنم و ابراز قدردانی داشته باشم از مردم جاجا و رانگ، صاحبان اصلی این سرزمین. ما امروز احترام میگذاریم به رهبران و بزرگان در گذشته، حال و آینده که خاطرات، عنعنات و فرهنگ و امیدهای مردم جاجا و رانگ را زنده نگه داشته‌اند و می‌دارند. Thank you. So, do you want me to read a short poem in Hazaragi? I know you guys not understand, but the sound is a little bit maybe different for you. Sorry. This poem is more about the women who currently live back home in Afghanistan. So they don't have really much opportunity. So this is the message from me for them because they requested from me for help a lot. So I just this is talk more about how they are strong and incredible. So ما نسلی در دیده آزادی، ما نسلی در دیده آزادگی استیم، تاریخ شاهد است که آزاده زیستیم. جای تفنگ و توپ قلم میگیریم ما، جای تفنگ و توپ قلم میگیریم ما، تاریخ را دوباره رقم میزنیم ما. ما را زبان سرخ و سری سبز باور است، ما را زبان سرخ و سری سبز باور است، تیغ زبان برنده تر از تیغ خنجر است. دیگر توانی طعنه شنیدن نمانده است، دیگر توانی طعنه شنیدن نمانده است، تابی برای زجه کشیدن نمانده است. تا کی غرور ملت ما زیر پا شود، تا کی غرور ملت ما زیر پا شود، سرهای ما به جرم چی از تن جدا شود. گنجیشک را به جرم پریدن که سنگ زد، گنجیشک را به جرم پریدن که سنگ زد، تاریخ را دوباره ورق ده مزنگ زد. تاریخ را دوباره ورق ده مزنگ زد. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Layla. That was beautiful. So now I'm going to ask a few questions, and whoever would like to answer, please feel free. Is that okay, Elise, Angela, if we do that? Yeah, fantastic. So my first question, because I know a lot of you are wondering, and we've talked a lot in this program about how to work with communities of newly arrived migrant or refugee or established diverse, culturally and linguistically diverse communities. So that was my question. What might an arts organisation, how might they go about finding out about some of the diverse communities that might be in their area, in their regions?
I'll probably start. I think the easiest answer will be look around and look who is different. But no, it's not the right thing to do. Because being from a cultural and diverse background, it's more about self-recognition. It's about them thinking and seeing themselves as people from background. And I'm saying that because after generation, people might lost that connection. And although they still look different, but they don't recognize themselves as from people from diverse background. So the right thing to do would probably be organically as you can, create safe space, create activities that will interest people from any background really, and they will come naturally because it's the best way to do. But if you want a bit more abstracter and say, because I'm sorry, I'm not helping, I'm not saying, oh, well, knock that door. Sorry if you're expecting me to say that. I think look around for services that exist in the area, and they might already have connection with migrant communities. Often, because people have needs, and all organizations that respond to needs, it's where they're gonna go to. Health services, community houses often are great places to go into and see, have you ever assisted someone from a migrant background? Do you know if they live in the area? Another great tips will be schools. Kids can't escape that, parents can't escape that. Means that if there is kids in EIL programs, which is English as Second Language programs, might be a good way to link with that school and obviously get their consent and permission to speak with their parents. In areas as Bendigo, we already have a bit of structures. LCMS is here, and there is some great services around that are well connected with multicultural communities. So I would say Bendigo is much easier. But as you go into other LGAs, even for ourselves, gets a little bit challenged to find people, and especially because you don't want to greet people in the streets because they look different and say, hi, hey, where you from? Oh, you look different. Yeah, but yeah. Sorry if I'm not giving you straight answers.
No, that's fantastic. Thank you, Alessandra. Would you like to add anything?
For me...
Let me check if your microphone's on. Here, I'll give you this one. I think that one should be on. Yeah. And this one's for you.
I think one thing I would like to add on...
Sorry, it's not working, that one. Do you want to just swap with the app?
The only thing I would like to add on to Elise Angela's statement is that it would be really good not to specifically target or put into your program culturally and linguistically diverse programs. I feel like, you know, in this particular space, there's already targets or other sectors really wanting to engage with the culturally and linguistically diverse communities, and making it as open as possible, because like Elise Angela said, they already have so many priorities already in place, and arts or performance arts may not be their first priority to feel a sense of, in a way, community or safety, because they have other priorities that they need to do to complete, you know, that they're fully settled in the system, but also in the communities, connect with other services and things like that. But I think one tip I would like to give from a personal experience is that if you want to engage with artists from refugee communities, I believe that doing a little bit of research for yourselves around the history of that community, the possible trauma that the community may have gone past, what had happened in regards to the arts and the culture and the tradition. For example, in the Karen community, because of the Civil War, not a lot of the, weaving that we like to practice have been passed on to the younger generations. So consulting with the younger generations may not be the best possible outcome to understand that traditional, art style and things like that. So in this case, we'll be working with youth and also the elders to understand and bridge that communication and that understanding around arts and culture and performance. But yeah, anybody want to add?
Fantastic, thanks. Yoko, did you want to add anything?
They said everything.
Okay, great. Layla, did you want to add anything? No? Okay, fantastic. So I wanted to ask you then how you each became involved with Loddon Campaspe Multicultural Services, or how does Loddon Campaspe how does LCMS become involved with new communities? So what are some of the effective cultural engagement strategies that the organisation itself employs?
Okay, I would say prepare, consult, and report. There is a lot of our activities are driven or are co-designed with the community. We consult. We check on what is appropriate for them and what are their needs before we design any programs. And it's not just about consultations, it's also about reporting, because I felt that sometimes even ourselves there is a tendency of doing over-consultation, and we can go out and ask people what are their needs, but we are also aware that we can't attend to all their needs. But it's always good to go back to them and say, these are the reason why we consult, and those are the results of our consultation, and this is how we're going to use. So that they gives them the ownership of what the information that they're providing, and how, if we are not using at the moment, how we're going to use in the future. And prepare, it's linked to what Pamela said. Do a bit of research. Google doesn't help, but do a bit of research of what that community cultural expectations or how that community culture is, but also be careful of who you are. What is the source of your of research, and also who are you consulted with, because a lot of research is what brings preconceived ideas as well. So I think research is to give a general knowledge or a base to understand people's culture, but people are individual and there are differences within the culture. There is not one person that is the same. And I will use Africa as an example because I am from Africa. Everyone is African, and often people come to me and ask, oh, could you translate? I have a African friend here with me. I'm like, I don't speak their language. It's the assumption that they are from the same country and they have the same cultural values, the same language. Is not the case. Research helps to have a general idea, but always look to the person in front of you and hear what they have, because culture is experience and everyone has a different experience. So I think in sum, what LCMS does is putting the client on the center of what we're doing. And believe me, Leila, Pamela, and Yoko can tell that. It takes time, a lot of patience to meet people where they are and do things on their rhythm.
Leila, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, I would like to add a little bit my experience. So when I came first in Bendigo, since COVID came, I just arrived in Bendigo, so I went through to LCMS. There is the only place I found. So I am originally from Afghanistan, Hazara. So when you came from a country, like my country is like Islamic, very strict. So when I came and then in Australia, I found job at LCMS. Well, LCMS is really warm up, a welcoming warm up, place for everyone. So I meet a lots of people from different background. I built a lots of relationship, like connection, especially with the other people from cult background. So and then I worked for my community, and I take those experience and to my community and talk to them. You know, like you grow up in only one culture, for example, and language, everything's the same. So when you came to other country like Australia, like I found everyone is different culture, language. So I built or learned a lot from LCMS, because LCMS helped me, or I make through LCMS that connection with the other peoples. So that is really, really not helpful, or not just for me. I can take that to my community, yes. So, and I teach them. We came from a country like now the system and the law and everything is different. We have to learn, and I share a lot with them, yeah.
Pamela, did you want to add anything?
I think I think with the LCMS, I think one of the main points is having that safe and comfortable space for community gathering, not just for a specific event or a program, but a place or an environment that community can just come in, enjoy their time with family members or with professionals out of professional time, if that makes sense, so that they can have those conversations outside of work conversation, or if by any chance, if it's related to work, then a professional can be like, hey, are you interested in this program? And those conversations can go on. But I think coming from a youth perspective also, it's about engaging the youth, but also allowing the youth to, in a way, educate about, hey, Mum, you know, can I do arts at school, or can I do, you know, a drama? They might think, what does drama or arts have to do with, you know, your studies? what do they benefit and things like that? So those are the slow education around the dynamics between families. Like we have in my household 3 generations, where I have my parents, my generation that have come here at a young age but have grown up. Also now my nieces and nephews that were born in Australia. So now we have 3 values in the household, just one household, to teach and learn, and also learn from each other as well. But I think that's what community is all about, and that's what I think arts and performance is all about as well, is learning from each other, listening to each other, and also learning from our different medias and how to incorporate that in one story and one thing that can, you know, really balance it out and sort of share the same message. Yeah. Hope that.
Thank you. Yoko, could I ask you, did you want to say anything about that question, or should I ask you a different question? Absolutely. Absolutely. I wondered about your personal experience, how you became involved with LCMS.
Sorry. I came here 2019 before COVID, but I was very isolated. I came with my family. Then my husband is Australian, and also 2 children, they speak English. But I'm not, and also when I came here, I just visit a visa, so I can't attend English class. I don't have any friends, so every day do nothing, just sit home. I hate it. But one day I walking in the city center, then I saw multicultural community sign. Then I thought, oh, maybe they have some information for me. But after that, COVID happened, so I couldn't do anything. And on the, I think after COVID, I was looking Facebook. Then there was job position for LCMS. Then I applied, and fortunately, I got the job. That's how I engage LCMS.
So how did that? Did it change things for you getting involved? Yeah.
Yes, a lot of change, because as a migrant, it's very difficult to get information. So the person who grew up in Australia, you know everything. Maybe you don't think so, but from me, you know everything. Like in Japan, I know everything. I'm an adult. I know where to get support. But in Australia, no idea. I don't know what kind of support exists. I don't know what Centrelink does. So yesterday, first time I went to the eye doctor. That's first time in 4 years. I didn't know it was free. But LCMS gave me many informations and knowledge. So it was so helpful for me.
Thank you, Yoko. We only unfortunately have 4 minutes left, but I'd love to, if anyone has any questions from the floor that you'd like to ask anyone on the panel. Yes, Anne. And then we'll go to Caitlin. Yeah.
Could you talk about any of your experiences working with arts organisations?
Yeah. Can you talk about your experiences working with arts organisations, was the question. Good and bad.
I previously worked in a project with Forrest. Sorry, I forgot her last name.
Forrest Kegel, yeah. From Multicultural Arts Victoria.
Yeah, and it was really good experience in regards to understanding the diversity in the different types of arts that are, I guess, celebrated in Australia, because the only arts that I understood to be art was visual arts, so painting and drawing. I didn't know that weaving was a type of art. That's just a thing that we do. Or weaving baskets itself. I thought that was just something that we do. It's a lot of things that are considered art here that I understood in Australia was things that in my culture, are just things that are functional. And I think that really helped me understand, okay, it's the stories, it's the values, it's what audience can tell or what they can understand from what we do and how we live our life. I think that's really important as well, to feel like, we're part of the community. Let's learn from each other. It was it was a really good experience working with Forrest. Yeah.
I mean, I don't have a lot of experience working with art, but I remember someone not long ago asked me, do you feel represented in art? I said, yes, probably that would be the right answer, but not the way I would tell my story. Because the representation of a lot of migrant stories is the colonialism, is that story that is represented on museums, and it's all about, and if there is representation, is a story of a long ago. It's spears, it's shields, and it's not contemporary. It's not what multicultural community story is now. Yes.
In Bendigo, I met calligraphy artist. So her mother, she grew up in Australia, Bendigo, Australia, and her mother is Japanese. I remember father is Australian. Then when I met her, she does Japanese calligraphy. I started doing calligraphy again, so it was good to meeting her. And also there is Philippine market, how to say, exhibition, Bendigo, Bendigo Art Museum. I went to there, then I heard her story. So she was saying some Filipino person saw her art, and the Filipino person really loved that because she felt connection to the art So I think art has a lot of power. Maybe you don't feel, but when you see that or when you do that, it gives you strong connection or power.
Thank you so much. Caitlin, unfortunately, we don't have time for your question, but maybe you can ask after. Oh, great. Okay, fantastic. Unfortunately, that was half an hour. That went so quickly. Thank you so much for your time. That was absolutely fantastic. We really appreciate you coming. And I want to thank Deanna, who's down here on the ground taking photos, also from Loddon Campascu Multicultural Services. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. So, yes, just a reminder that there are many multicultural services across regional Victoria, and please do get in touch. There will be one that covers your area, and they are an extremely good way to meet people from diverse, culturally and linguistically diverse communities in your regions. So, yeah, partner with them. Okay, now I would like to introduce Emma King, who is coming from Naldarin Education Aboriginal Corporation, which is a First Nations run and led organisation based on Jarrah country in Castlemaine, which is not far from here. Created over a decade ago to support Aboriginal kids in local schools, the organisation has thrived and expanded to offer a range of programs which support and provide training and cultural knowledge for First Nations youth and their families across the local area. They also provide a range of resources, services and educational programs for teachers and organisations within the broader non-Indigenous community. Emma King has been working with Naldarin in paid and voluntary roles for several years after moving back to Victoria from a 20-year stint in the Northern Territory. She has a lifelong commitment to social justice and transformation and has been part of the group offering and involving the self-reflection conversations about structural racism, privilege, decolonising and allyship since 2020. She has worked closely with Naldarin's CEO, Indigenous World Views training facilitator and proud Yorta Yorta woman, Kath Koff, who unfortunately wasn't able to come today, but Emma has kindly agreed to tell us everything that Kath was going to say as well. Thanks so much.
Thanks for that intro. Hi. I'm not going to say everything Kath would say. As a non-Indigenous woman, there's some things that it's not appropriate for me to talk about. I just want to start first with an acknowledgement of country. Meeting today, I'm sure you've done this already, but I wasn't here this morning, so and we had that lovely acknowledgement earlier, which I got the heart from, but didn't. Yeah. So acknowledging that we're here today on Jarrah country, a country I'm really happy to return to, one that I have built a deep connection with over the last 12 or so years, and that nourishes me and brings me pain as I see the impacts that colonisation has had on her and the peoples who have lived here for so many years. So I'd like to pay my respects to the elders past and present, and to the amazing young crew, some of whom I know, who are coming on up and will keep the fight going. It's lovely to be here. I haven't been here for the whole day, so I hope what I'm going to say is going to fit in and provide you with some thoughts and ideas that will add to what the work that you've been doing over the today and the last months. It's always great to see people engaging with this work and trying to deepen our understandings of each other and build connections in whatever ways we can. So I think the arts is always a good way to bring people together. And yet, Kath does send her apologies today. She hasn't been well, but she's been a mentor, colleague and friend for me over the past several years. And she has a strong belief, and this is a quote from her, that when Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities are supported by non-Indigenous Australians who have open hearts and minds, amazing things can happen for the whole community. And the way forward is together, walking side by side. So, as I said, I'm not going to talk a lot about the Indigenous World Views part of the work that Kath does. She offers some amazing trainings for organisations. We're developing some new sort of structured programs through Naldarin that will include that, and hopefully will open out more across the community. So I'll give you some contact details later on. But my understandings of Indigenous worldviews is about how we can be open to and learn from, understand and begin to really embed, not just in ourselves but in our culture, in our shared culture, the Indigenous ways of being and knowing that I believe can really help to shift some of the deep divisions and injustices in the world. My understandings of the Indigenous worldviews that I've learnt from Kath and other First Nations people I've worked with over the years inform all of my work for social change and justice, because I believe the relational natures of Indigenous knowledge systems can offer a really deep and rich challenge to the systems of division and separation which have brought the world to the point where we're at now. Both divisions and divisions within the human community and also between the human community and the natural world. I also know, though, that as well as learning about Indigenous ways of seeing and being, I need to learn about my own enculturated biases and privileges and racism, which I would say all white people have and carry in some way. So what I want to talk about in a bit more depth today is the self-reflection conversations that a small group of us working in allyship and under the mentorship of Naldarin have been facilitating over the last few years. I got involved in this work after the 2020 Black Lives Matter rally, which was held in Castlemaine as part of the global outcry when George Floyd was murdered by the police in the United States. The rally saw it was a huge turnout for Castlemaine, and the organisers had set up some whiteboards for people to write a pledge of what they were going to do to further justice for Indigenous people in Australia, along with their name and contact details. But at the rally, Kath specifically asked people who wanted to work in allyship to first take the time to do our own work, so that we would come to them with open hearts and minds and with at least some understanding of our own power and privileges, rather than expecting First Nations people to take on this work of educating us and navigating our ignorances, privileges and racism. We should be doing that work amongst ourselves before we try to enter into that work with First Nations communities. As our workshop flyer says, to work in effective allyship, non-Indigenous people need to reflect on our understanding and attitudes surrounding significant events impacting Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and our own beliefs, values, privileges, racism and cultural bias. It's only when we have some knowledge and critique of the dominant culture and its systemic racism and our own ingrained and often unacknowledged privileges and or cultural biases that we can go with open hearts and minds to find ways to work with and support First Nations people. The conversations that we currently facilitate actually grew out of work that was done in Bendigo at what is now Anglicare, including Arnie Steph Armstrong, who they saw the need for organisations and their staff to do more than cultural awareness training. And this probably applies to as equally to arts organisations as social service organisations, if they are able to offer a truly culturally safe and anti-racist service to the local Indigenous community. For example, focusing on cultural competence on the premise that in order to fix the issues, we need to know about First Nations culture so they can fit into the existing services is really the wrong approach. People are resistant to learning about other ways of organising, of being, of offering services or engaging with the community, and resistance to organisations being changed by First Nations knowledge and culture. So it's really that inward looking, really taking on a deep understanding of the ways that the structures, as well as our own attitudes, impact communities' ability or desire to engage with the services that we offer. And truth-telling is an important beginning for this work, as the sessions are designed to let people explore not just the historical facts of what happened at colonisation, but also designed to get people to understand and empathise with the experience of colonisation in Australia, the experiences of the people who are here and the ongoing impacts of colonisation that are still felt in Aboriginal communities today. It also begins the process of unpacking the norms and assumptions we hold so close that many people don't even see them. And that's been sort of touched on a bit, and I think it's a very interesting conversation to have as well, and one we're starting to dig into in the self-reflection conversations, is the complexities of living in a colonised land for people of colour who've come here not necessarily as, colonisers or settlers, but for many other reasons. And there's a real complexity in the conversations that need to happen around those intersections of privilege or lack of privilege. So when we began facilitating the conversations in Castlemaine, there were a number of additional questions that we brought to the work, given the context we were working in. The original sessions were developed for organisations to look at their structural and ingrained sort of attitudes that were within organisations. We were offering these to the community, and people would be self-selecting to come along, so people who had probably already started thinking about this sort of work. We also wanted to extend the conversations to include decolonising and allyship, and we wanted the conversations to be unsettling of settler colonialism, which is the structures that are so embedded that we don't really see them, and the structures that are extractive, exploitative and oppressive across Australia. And we wanted to also begin to make people more confident with bringing this work and these conversations into their communities, into their workplaces and families and social circles. So we also do this work in the knowledge that we, as non-Indigenous Australian facilitators, are as much participants in the conversations that we facilitate as the people who aren't facilitating. It's an ongoing piece of work that, for me, is something I think I'll be engaging with for the rest of my life. Every time I facilitate the conversations, I get challenged and changed, and new ideas that come up, given there's always a new group of people in the room, and it's a very rich and rewarding thing to do. And I think we're looking at decolonisation in a settler state. Doing that in somewhere like Australia, it goes beyond ideas of equality and justice, and must also, in my opinion, include the deconstruction and unsettling of the cultures and ideologies of the colonisers. And I think it's one of the things that I see in immigrant and refugee communities here, is that they feel they need to fit in with this dominant culture, which actually I think hopefully they will help unsettle as well as need to navigate. I've started to talk about unsettling as a settler or the descendant of settlers. I think unsettling rather than decolonising offers us more of a critical gaze onto the structures and oppressions of those settler norms and cultures, rather than the more precarious idea that non-Indigenous people can decolonise our minds and then absolve ourselves of responsibility. I don't think that's where I'm going with this work. So to be truly anti-racist, we need to see the structures, both systemic and internal, that are so deeply embedded in our settler colonial state and culture, in order to be able to challenge and change them in society and in ourselves. I'm not. How am I going for time? Okay. Okay, great. I did want to leave a bit of time for questions, but I think one of the things we do aim to do in the conversations is to really push the participants to think beyond what we are and what we understand, and to turn the lens of decolonising onto ourselves. And then we also have added a session on allyship and how to be effective allies for the First Nations communities in Australia. It can't be an merely internally self-reflecting process of unsettling. We need to actually then turn around and return power and freedom to First Nations people in Australia, return land to them. There's a whole lot of work that we need to do, which a lot of you, I'm sure, are aware of. But returning to the sort of Indigenous worldviews perspective as well, I think unsettling and challenging the colonial structures offers us openings to fill in the new or old ways of seeing and being in the world with First Nations perspectives and of connection and sharing and culture. in a much more open-hearted way, rather than the distrust and disconnection and ownership and... I'm trying to speed this up a bit because I could ramble on for hours. But I'd just like to end by noting that the conversations that we run, they're not a static thing. We're constantly revisiting the content and the philosophy that we've developed, and are really interested in the feedback we get from participants and from our mentors. And we're also at the moment engaged in conversations within Naldrin about developing a series of conversations and workshops that includes Indigenous worldview training, cultural awareness, and also aspects of the self-reflection work. So I'm really, if we have an email, so maybe I can share that and you can send it to participants if people wanting to know more about the work and participate in any of these workshops. And I really welcome any questions.
I'll just bring it. It's just so we get it on the video.
Thank you so... No.
It's not working. Dylan, is this... Dylan, hello. Nope. Yep. Yes. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. Such a powerful insight and work, and thank you for the work. In terms of the conversations, are they in person? Are they facilitated online? How do you actually construct and facilitate those conversations?
We've done it in a few different ways now. So the original conversations were 2 workshops, sort of over 2 weeks. So we extended that to 4 workshops for 2 hours a week for 4 weeks. We've done that over Zoom because we were running these during COVID, so that was the only way we could continue it. We've also run weekend intensives, so people who can't do a weekly thing can just come together for a weekend. And we've done it. We've mostly been based around Castlemaine. We have run a couple of weekend intensive over near Seymour, and we've had participants from Shepparton. I think there's some Shepparton people here, maybe. So we're really keen to sort of extend the work out if people are interested in coming along, and then interested in getting trained up to be a facilitator. Then the more we can extend this work out, I think, post-referendum, I think Australia needs to do a lot of reflection about racism, and having these conversations can really deepen that, that engagement and not sort of stopping those conversations, but keeping them going.
We've probably got time for one more question. Did you have a question? No, sorry, I thought you put your hand up. No more questions? Did you have a question, Lena? No. Okay.
No. Well, no worries.
Well, that's it. Yeah, thank you
Hopefully
so much.
Yes, that was fantastic, and I highly encourage you to make contact. I'll send out an email contact for you after today. And I just also want to thank Zoe Scoglio for organising for Emma to be here today. So thank you so much, Zoe. That was great. So I know there's been a lot of sitting. What I think we can do is all just stand up, have a little shake. We've got one more panel before afternoon tea. So everyone just stand up, do a little stretch. Just reach up, see if you can touch the roof. Maybe swing your arms and your hips around just because we've been sitting for quite a while. And we've got one more panel this afternoon with our fantastic mentors, Dominique and Margaret. If you'd like to come up to the front. As they come up here, I will read their bios. For those of you who don't know them, Dominique Golding is a strong advocate of the disability and culturally and linguistically diverse community. Here today with Katie. I think you've all met Katie. Katie has stolen the show for a lot of us. Dominique has 17 years' experience in community work, cultural development and multicultural affairs. Dominique is a person with lived experience of dual disability, being hearing impaired and living with cerebral palsy. He's from the Cold community, originally from Vietnam, and migrating to Australia as a baby in the 1970s. In the past 17 years, Dominique has had extensive work experience with the disability space, providing support and accommodation to refugees with disability. Dominique has also worked with small NGOs, doing state election multicultural outreach and providing local council community support. He's worked in 2 separate Department of Health and Human Services programs, which are adoption, wardship, records and disability, subsequently developing a passion for social policy and service delivery to marginalised communities. Is there anything wrong with what I said? Was that all good? That was yeah, okay. And I'll just quickly, Dr. Margaret Mayhew is a queer visual artist and performer who's lived with ableism and chronic pain for 35 years. They have taught in visual culture, diversity studies and policy at universities and researched and published in cross-cultural inclusion and popular culture. They were involved with developing the Fair Play program and currently work in disability inclusion, planning and consultancy at Arts Access Victoria and something else as well. Lots of things.
Yeah, here too. Yeah.
And here as well. Yeah. Many things, many things. Okay, I'm going to hand over to you both. We might just do a quick mic check if that's okay.
Yeah. Is this one working? Yes?
Yes, I think they're great.
How's yours going?
I'll leave you to it.
Okay, how are people feeling just in bodies and brains? All right. I might just firstly ask my esteemed colleague, Mr. Golding, do you want to just briefly acknowledge our relationship to colonisation and whether it's the traditional owners or whatever? Sorry to throw you in it. I can go first, but...
Look, I'm sorry. I'm actually not a local from Bendigo, so I actually cannot remember off the top of my head from this morning who the First Nation people are. So I sincerely apologise for that. But I just want to acknowledge that as a refugee baby, ex-refugee baby, that I acknowledge the first peoples of this country and, of course, their elders and those emerging. Now, that's important in consideration that many refugees are also fleeing persecution or have fled or are experiencing some form of oppression in their own country. And we just heard from a few just earlier. But also in saying that there's the struggle of First Nations people and those who are marginalised share a lot of commonality in terms of finding ways through and solution to our predicament that we're currently experiencing. And that's sharing stories, sharing yarns, as they say, yarning. But we too in the cold community, we don't call it yarning, but we also share stories as well in terms of consolidating, building experiences, finding solutions to struggle our way through where we situate ourselves. So all of that together helps inform policy, connections, and community.
Thank you. That was very eloquent. I was just going to add briefly on that. Whenever I talk about disability, I also acknowledge the work of the First Peoples Disability Network, acknowledge that ableism impacts First Nations or Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities at a higher incidence, but also that ableist barriers have a greater impact on First Nations communities. So particularly Castlemaine, which is near where I was spending last night, it was sort of a site of a terrible ableist travesty against Auntie Tanya Day, which is based on, ableism, and that was a sort of, I just wanted to kind of hold space for that, but also to also acknowledge the victory of First Nations people in chipping away at one barrier, which is addressing of public drunkenness, where anyone who is kind of not passing as kind of upright, if they had dark skin, were then also incarcerated. And I think First Nations disabled people are 14 times more likely to be incarcerated than deaf and disabled people who aren't First Nations. So just always good to kind of acknowledge the intersections. But I did have a question for you, which my phone has now gone blank, but I'll bring it up. Dominic, I'll try and make this sound spontaneous and not like we scripted it. When organisations are planning to consult with deaf and disabled people, why is it so important to distinguish between, say, disability service organisations versus deaf and disabled-led organisations?
Right. Thank you for that question, Margaret. The distinction needs to be made quite clear in the sense that is who leading and who pushes. So when it comes to disability-led organisations, it's generally made up of the board, the executive, and those members who are people with disabilities. And they are, like I said before, they form the organisations bound by a particular problem. And that problem is the one that they know they consider in terms of finding solutions on way forward and how to advocate based on those experiences. Now, disability service organisations tend to be... Okay, I've been 4 years dealing with the NDIS. The NDIS is the National Disability Insurance Scheme, and it's a market-driven machine. Most of the disability service organisations are led by able-bodied white people who are making money off our NDIS plans in order to provide a support or service. So it's a transactional thing. So when you as organisations are engaging with people with disabilities, try to determine whether it's a disabled-led organisation where they know and they can, determine the art practice and process and where they want to engage in terms of their artistic, practice and being, as opposed to those service organisations who would say, often the question is, can you give me 20 people with intellectual disability to do something for us? And it's like, no. We can't just give you 20 people with intellectual disability. So there's a whole process that you need to engage with in terms of and no, we're not going to satisfy your key performance criteria, which is, you can tick that box when you come to certain funding arrangement you might have, and so forth. So that I'd just like to state that forward. Thank you.
Can you read my phone?
Oh, yeah. I memorised it short of. So my question to you, Margaret, it feels like that is when it comes to art organisations working with deaf and disabled people in organisations, how best should they engage with them while also ensuring their privacy?
Thank you, Dominic, for that thoughtful question. Here's something I prepared earlier. So there's a kind of a few things to unpack with that. So firstly is the statistics on incidence of disability. The latest ones I have from the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare are that they say 1 in 6 of people are disabled, but a further kind of a bit more, about 22% of the Australian population live with a chronic disease or condition, which is probably where I fit into it. So you've got 40% of people in this country are hitting an ableist hurdle in some form or another. There's another statistic which I actually find really bamboozling, even though I do quote it a lot, and that's 80% of disabilities are invisible. And I'm like, how are disabilities visible? I guess prosthetics are visible. But what it is that you can't know. And, obviously, particularly those of you who work and are accountable to councils, you can't, you know about invasion of privacy and non-disclosure. And so at the same time, funding bodies, you know, again, ask for KPIs. Hopefully not sort of a licorice all sorts approach to, can you please have 4% of wheelchair users in order to match the national population in your gallery? Hopefully not like that. But what we try and focus on is, and I'm just kind of, and I think the other thing that my boss, Carolyn Bowditch, always emphasises is that disability cuts across everywhere. And that's why we started with acknowledging First Nations, but also, especially with emerging communities, migrant communities, it happens everywhere. So it's not a matter of a sort of a siloed approach of, okay, we'll go and, you know, find disabled people and then we'll tick that box. And the main way, and the other thing that it differs is between the medical model and the social model. So the medical model would say, we'll go and find people with these particular identified medical diagnoses and tick that box. And that doesn't actually challenge ableism. What does challenge ableism is identifying barriers and providing kind of ways to mitigate or address or reduce those barriers. You do that through consultation and feedback with deaf and disabled people, but also by addressing barriers, it means that you're actually addressing the structures without asking people to disclose. And then you can say, like, really simply just paying, say, an Auslan interpreted video that's live streamed, you can count the number of engagement. And you're like, wow, okay, 200 people watched that, okay. And you're like, okay, that's the use of your particular measures or provisions to try and address ableist barriers. And they can not only just be for, you know, just if you think of, all of you would be familiar with plain language statements or putting things in a comprehensible form of English. That addresses people with language and literacy barriers as well as people who might have a cognitive or neurological barrier to, or a visual barrier to accessing lots of clumpy words in 8-point Verdana. Yeah, that's a bit niche, sorry. I have issues with lots of clumpy words in 8-point Verdana. So I guess that's why it's important. And the ways that you can do, Fair Play has some really great information on how to do evaluation that's effective, that kind of identifies the measures that you do without actually invading people's privacy or asking people to disclose things. And so I guess firstly consulting and asking people what would make them comfortable. So it's a positive approach. Offering to provide first, don't just sort of wait for people to kind of identify that they might need something, and then track the use of that sort of particular provision that's, you know, been offered. You may have other things to add because you're good at this. Dominic?
No, that's fine.
But also, I mean, you know, ask, consult, check in, feedback, because people's needs vary, people's needs change, and it's going to be very different. On the other stat, I think I was rabbiting to someone at lunch, to Thea, I think, was, what is it, the number of artists living in regional, like professional, practitioners living in regional Australia for the broader population, I think, is 8%, but the number of deaf and disabled artists living in kind of rural areas, and it's like not just Bendigo, it's kind of out in maybe in Harcourt or smaller places, is 17%. So deaf and disabled artists in regional areas are sort of, again, dealing with sort of double the barriers of both non-disabled counterparts but also urban counterparts. And yes, so that was that question. And then I've got one more question for you, Dominic, that just popped into my head, which is, why do you think so many arts organisations are reluctant to program deaf and disabled content?
One of the things that I think is really need to be considered in terms of programming people with disabilities is really on a basis of what do you consider to be the outcome? And often people with disabilities is very narrow. Able-bodied people's perception of what is on who is disabled tend to be quite narrow. And the arts that are produced and seen by so-called disabled theatre companies or disabled organisations tend to be quite narrow in their bandwidth of who are the participants. People with disabilities are broad. In fact, they're the biggest minority group in the world. They actually make up 40% of the global population of people with disabilities. What is hindering arts organisations to include people with disabilities properly is the fact that their perception of what should be seen, and it's still based on a charity-based model. And look, I'm going to say it because I'm going to get shot at anyway, but basically what I saw today from that disabled company was part of the problem, where you got able-bodied people determining and dictating what disabled people should be doing when it comes to art practice. And that is far, far from the truth at all. In fact, most disabled Australians engage, like First Nations, like anyone, pretty much anyone, they engage in all sorts of levels of art practice. Art in administration, they engage in all sorts of crafts, materials, because art, unlike quite a number of other professions in the industry, art allows you as a person, regardless of your disability, to do something that they feel that they can engage and express, and in some ways to sell in the skill up and to do. So a good example of this, which I said to many of my federal colleagues in Canberra around disability employment, is that there's this great video, Singapore, of a person with disabilities running by himself a hawker stall. He's got one arm, yet he's walking away like there's no tomorrow. And he is one of the top level chefs in Singapore. He's just doing it. And I think that's what I think we should do for the arts sector as well, is that let's forget about disability. In fact, I think disability itself as a word is incredibly, highly political and problematic, because that's what politicians, able-bodied white politicians, focus on, is disability. Now, I'm also not advocating to put ability in front of everything either, because that's also problematic. But I just would like to say that when to consider the work rather than who's doing the work. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, that's amazing. Any questions from the audience? Or Gokum? I've got my stun rabbit.
No, we have a few minutes if people have questions for Dominique or Margaret. Yes.
Hello. 1 second. Oh, thank you.
I wanted to ask what have been some of the most meaningful programs or arts pieces you've been involved in?
In Fair Play or in our lives? Yeah. Wow. Okay. She asked what are some of the most meaningful kind of art experiences or arts programs that we've been involved in. Both of us. I was going to say there's this great play I saw by this dude in Parkville. It's called Dominic with Rise. Anyway, but
sorry, I'm just thinking, and when am I thinking? Basically, I think one of the things that I've found as an audience member, if that's okay, rather than as a practitioner, as an audience member, one of the greatest things that I've seen was actually a Japanese show from at the Adelaide International Arts Festival way back when I was studying acting. And it was a street performance. So basically it was street arts from Japan using basically not Japanese, but Japanese street language. And it was a dance, not really a dance as we'd like to say a dance, it was actually a street performance. And the story, that even though it's completely done in Japanese local street language, the story was clear as day. And it was just a visual spectacular as well. So it was, the production was just amazing. That's the sort of stuff that I would like to see in terms of what people with, multiple, sensibilities to do. Yeah.
I've been lucky to kind of experience a lot of very interesting processes and cultural things, and those of you who have had me as a mentor, I've probably banged on about them to you. I think recently the standout, probably seeing the show Le Freak for Melbourne Fringe, just because it was an ensemble cast of people who are facing, who have experienced various barriers to the arts. There's, Daniel, who's this amazing kind of circus performer who was kind of talking about being patronised as a First Nation artist and asked to do Waidoka stuff, and he's this kind of, queer circus performer, camp gay man. It was Sarah Humboldt, who's also with Snuff Puppets, was also, performing as, and Them Fatale. So it's people who are kind of, all highly talented, proficient performers, but also people who've experienced and articulated, barriers of ableism and racism, and they just brought this together in this really fiery, process. And I think one of the things about, and it's an awkward and interesting line between when there's collaborative work, say between, I guess, sort of white settlers and non-Anglo settlers. When we're trying to do collaborative work, there's tensions between able-bodied and disabled performers, and also people with conflicting disabilities, about how we manage what are embedded in ableist structures as profoundly different power relationships. So when that can actually come together and do something magical, it's magical. Hope that was inspiring.
Thank you. We've got time for one more question. Does anyone have one last question? Yes, Lena. I'll get you on the mic, Lena. It's just for...
If my memory serves me right, weren't you very involved in setting up a Vietnamese youth theatre group as well? We'd love to hear you talk about a little bit about that in the time allocated by Gherkin.
Don't go over,
I try and do this in 30 seconds.
No, you've got time.
So basically, I was a country boy growing up in Mount Gambier, right on the border of Victoria. So I grew up with the concept of Kikavik. But basically, I grew up in a white society, and then did arts and moved to Melbourne to work with a group called the Vietnamese Youth Media. And we were a group of young Vietnamese young people that just wanted to say what we wanted to say. And we did it through film, theatre, short media, short visual arts. I did it through visual arts, poetry, and not slam poetry, but poetic prose, but not poetry like we're taught at English. So we did a whole variety of different works, and one of the things that was important for us was was to actually look at the standard convention of what we see around it, what's expected. And this, will be mindful that this was at the time of the peak of multiculturalism, but also at the time of the death of multiculturalism. So good old John Howard and going forward from there. So that's where we actually wanted to just say what we felt that the media was telling us was bad about us, but we were both exploring the so-called dualities of identity. So, but I added disability in there because I am a person with disabilities who just happened to be born in Vietnam and has a very strong, sensibility of being an Australian with a Vietnamese background. So I wouldn't identify as being a Vietnamese Australian because being a Vietnamese Australian is in itself is a concept that can only be spoken for by refugees and migrants. And I don't have that experience. I never did. But what I can talk about is that three-way, like literally the intersection. So the intersectional is the intersection of disability, visible non-whiteness, and the structures that I deal with every day. So that's what we worked on. And yeah, it was like the young ones, but Viet style.
Any final questions? No? Okay, well, thank you so much, Margaret and Dominique. Yes, well, it's time for afternoon tea. We're going to take, I think it's 20 minutes, to have afternoon tea. And when we come back, we've got a final activity and a wrap up for the day. So grab yourself some snacks at the back and we'll meet back at 3:30. Thanks, everyone. end of... No, that's right. Just give it to Lena when you're done. She needs that bit there. Yeah. So I won't bother introducing you. There's no point. You can just...
Yeah.
I'm just going to have to wrap... Well, basically we've got till 4 o'clock now.
Yeah, but we're just going to do all the thank yous at the end. Yeah.
So you're going to do that. So
You want me to do that?
Yeah, I want you to do that. Yeah. So I'll just let you know when we tend to... And Michelle's come back.
We're going to get started for our last half hour for the afternoon. So if you wouldn't mind please taking your seats. Again, take your tea and coffee and your snacks to the table. If you need to quickly grab some more snacks, do that. And I'm going to hand over to Lena, who's going to run us through the last activity.
It's called freestyling. So you tell me when we're ready, okay?
Oh, maybe again. Get Dylan.
Hi everyone. I'm going to actually talk a little bit about the Creative Equity Toolkit and get you to do an exercise with the toolkit. I know it's been a long day and I know you're tired. And as a gluten-free person, I notice that the only options I have are healthy, which makes me sad. And I'm really kind of, just thinking a lot about chocolate and sugar right now. But so how many of you have used the Creative Equity Toolkit?
Just using this one.
Okay. How many of you know what the Creative Equity Toolkit is? Okay, that's good. Okay, so we're freestyling a little bit today. So basically, the Creative Equity Toolkit it's a website that we've developed in partnership with British Council as a knowledge exchange focused on cultural and racial equity and sharing kind of best practice in cultural and racial equity in an arts context. The seed funding came from from additional seed funding from Creative Victoria and Create New South Wales. We really love the toolkit and really designed it because we had so many organisations like yours kind of coming to us and saying, can you help us with community engagement? Like we really need to engage community, but what do we do? Or we want to market this event to culturally diverse communities. How do we do that? So the idea was that we would curate this resource, this online toolkit. We would share the best kind of examples of templates, other toolkits. Sorry guys, are you having problems making it all work? Doing your magic. And that we would, yes, and I'm going to show it to you in a sec. And then we would kind of gift this to the sector so that it could help you. And what we also really did was we tried to kind of design it on some of the principles of, remember the good old Lonely Planet guide? So, if you've got a day in a city, these are the activities that you could do. If you've got a week, here are the activities you can do. If you've got half a day. So we've tried to design it so that if you need something really quick, like a quick resource, something to read to inform you, then you've got that option. If you've got more time, you need to develop a plan, then you've got those options. And I'll show that to you now. So we can go to the next slide if you like. So we started off focused on cultural and linguistic diversity, migrant and refugee communities, but we worked with Garawa, a First Nations-led organisation who reviewed all of the toolkit, provided a lot of resources, and also have collected 12 First Nations case studies as well, and have really informed the toolkit and kind of changed, made sure that it was very inclusive of First Nations as well. It has resources from all over the world. So we're going to go to the next slide. And no, we're not going to go to the toolkit?
Oh, we can.
Can we go to the toolkit? So, so basically I want to show you the toolkit, and maybe the best way to do it is if we go into the let's go into yep, that one. So there's topics and actions, and if you just go down the screen, whoopsie.
Sorry, I'm a Mac user.
Maybe reduce the size of it. So can you see how there's you're going to need to make it a bit smaller for the screen. Maybe make it about 70%. And yay! Can everyone read those? There's actually there's anti-racism, programming and commissioning, policy, monitoring and evaluation, governance. Can we go down a little bit further? Organisational culture, recruitment and employment, audience development and marketing, cultural consultation and creative collaborations. So they're the sections so far. And what we're going to do is take you in maybe to, say, anti-racism, which is up the top, left-hand middle, sorry. And so there's a bit of a description about what is anti-racism. You can find out more if you want to click on what is racism, on colonisation, on organisational anti-racism action. But the section that I really want to draw your attention to is if you go down to the bottom of each of these topic areas, you can see how there are actions that you can take in relation to anti-racism. So you're searching for knowledge through actions that you can take. It's really action-focused. Learn more about racism, pull focus from individuals to structures, call out and call in. If you click on the call out and call in, for example, if it's still there, it tells you a little about what do I do? You know, when do I call out? When do I call in? And on the left-hand side, there's a thing that says view resources. Now, all of the resources are colour-coded, so you can see these are the articles. If you go down, the lighter blue are the films. On the left are the libraries. I was trying to look for templates. Maybe try page 2 or 3. Let's go down. No, we're not going to find the templates. That's okay. You can also search for templates. So if we go up, back, oh, yep, there you go. Here's a checklist. So I hope it works. So let's go to the checklist. Sometimes the links are broken and we try to stay on top of it, but sometimes So then what you get is, oh, maybe they've changed the page, but you'll get, there's no checklist there, is there? Yeah, so a little bit, yeah. But sometimes there are actual templates that you can use, and one of my favourites that I couldn't see there, but it's somewhere there, is when do you call in and when do you call out? And it's really practical, and it's kind of got a list of when this happens, you know, here are your options. Maybe you talk to the person, you know, if this happens. You know, if this happens, like if someone says something really racist in a staff meeting and you have other people of colour there, then you need to say something in that instance, you know, you need to be able to call that out. And here are some words and some sentences that you can use to be able to call that out. So it's got that kind of really, I guess, really practical, you know, kind of really practical focus. So there are also, there's sections, you've seen all of the sections, and I want to check. Oh yeah, can you do that? No, let's. So you want to hop up, or you want to do it? I'll do it. So you can filter by research. Yes, resource type. So can you see how there's 2 ways to search for things, and you want to go to template. Oh, worksheet, that's the one I want. A worksheet? Yeah, I love the worksheets. Find, yes. And we could, workplace discrimination, fair work, fact sheets. Maybe there's not many up there at the moment. But it's, yeah, very, designed to be very practical, and as most of the resources are specific to the arts sector and creative sectors, we've also just commissioned 68, well, we've finished commissioning 68 case studies. I mentioned 12 First Nations ones, 17 local cultural diversity case studies, and 40 international case studies. But it is quite an international resource as well. So if you want to go back to resources and research, maybe there's the key concepts section at the moment. We're adding to that, so you can also, go in and find what are the key concepts. There are some dictionaries in there if you're interested in, so concepts like colourblind casting, privilege, colonialism, equity, unconscious bias, etc. Blackface, power, audience research, racism, post-colonialism. We also have this idea of doing a bit of a local kind of dictionary that we can compare as well, because some of the terms that are used in the US, like BIPOC or IBPOC, are not always relevant in our local context, and sometimes our First Nations collaborators really don't agree with the use of those terms because they conflate Black, Indigenous, people of colour. So actually being able to think about these concepts, quite often in Australia we do tend to take on North American language without really thinking about how different things are in our local context. So I just wanted to show you that. Do you feel like I've given you enough of an overview? Are you going to use it every day? Because it is so wonderful, and because I'm going to give you an activity now, but we want you to use it every day. When you have to do a marketing plan, there are templates. And those of you who haven't finished your equity action plans, there are lots of templates on there. And the wonderful thing about it is we haven't tried to put all the resources on there that we can, because we don't want to do that. We've tried to curate the best. So the way that we've done it, we've worked with lots of researchers locally but also internationally. We've got, we grade each resource from 1 to 5, and we try to only put the 4s and 5s on unless we just don't have any other resources in that area. So there are really good equity action plans on there. They're not always called equity action plans because people call them justice plans, diversity and inclusion plans, but there's a lot of really practical, wonderful templates. So what I want you to do now, Carolyn's going to jump up and tell, oh, you want me to tell the exercise? Sorry. I feel like I've just been talking. Okay, so any other questions about the toolkit? No? Okay. So the first question we have is, I wanted to divide the room into 2, or maybe 1, 2, but I don't know. How do you want to divide yourselves into 2?
Let's just do these 2 tables do question 1 and these 2 tables do question 2.
Okay, what about the other?
Oh, sorry, there's
Do you want to all come together, like Anne and Dominic, maybe, and these 3 tables all unite?
These 3 tables and then those 3 tables.
Okay. So these 3 tables, the first 3 that Gherkin mentioned. So there's 2 questions. I feel like question 1 LCMS has helped you with already. So this is, going to be good to build on that. Is that it? Did I miss anything?
I think that was a good.
Oh, far out. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Oh, by the way, you can subscribe to the Creative Equity Toolkit. We do a monthly newsletter, but it will also send you updates. So I really encourage you to subscribe. Yes. For the latest information, and it's free. Yes.
Visit the website.
Visit the website, yes. creativeequitytoolkit.org. I'll be checking on you in a week's time, a month's time. If you haven't subscribed, I'll know. I'm kidding. I'm joking. I'm a bad dad jokes. But anyway, so the first question is, right, your team has been concerned that many of the local migrant communities in your area haven't been attending your, venue, not avenue, venue, and you want to start to change this, right? So, you know that there's like really big migrant communities, but they haven't been attending your venue. you want to engage more with migrant artists and migrant audiences. So what topic in the toolkit would you go to, and what are 2 to 3 actions that are listed in the toolkit that you might find helpful? And based on these actions, like, what would you do? So the 3 tables here, could you, with each other, work on that question?
So I've just given question 1 to this table and that table, and the other 2 tables doing question 2.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So yeah, question...
Just use your phones to
Yeah. And then question 2 for the other 2 tables, you've been given the job of writing the curatorial and programming plan for your upcoming festival. What actions and types of resources in the Creative Equity Toolkit would you use to guide your decision making and planning?
So we've just only got like 10 minutes.
10 minutes, creativeequitytoolkit.org. You will be graded from 1 to 5. I'm joking. No, you won't be. It's fine.
So it's 10 to 4, so did you need them to do anything when they come back? They're not reporting back or anything like that?
Yeah.
They are? So we should just give them...
We finish at 4.
Yeah. And you've got to do your thank yous. Is it going to be more than 5 minutes?
It should be 2 minutes, really.
Okay.
And you... Yeah. So tell
we'll
people, can
give
they
them
finish
another
it?
2 minutes.
Yeah.
And then they're going to... Are they not all going to report back, right? Just get 1 or 2 people to say something?
Yeah, really quickly, 1 minute each.
We won't have... Just get a few people to just say 1 or 2 things. We don't have time otherwise. Is that okay? Okay. I can start this. We've got 2 more minutes, everyone, for this activity. I'm just going to go to the loo when I come back with you. Yes.
She's got the most beautiful hair in the world.
Let our hair down now.
Hang on, Google, I've got to find...
All right, so do you want me to ask people to report back or... Okay. Okay. What do we... They're just reporting back. No, it's fine. Okay, everyone, we're going to ask you to share a little bit of what you've found, if you wouldn't mind. So did anyone, because we need to wrap up that exercise, but hopefully it did help you to have a bit of a navigation of the site. And as Lena said, we'd really love you to keep using it. Who has anything they'd like to report back that they found or that was useful or any issues? Does this table have anything to report? Fantastic.
Did you find any good resources? Any good actions?
We just got to the actions when... Sally, you had a good action. Oh, I've been exploring how to have institutions be much more welcoming for communities. And in the past, I worked with a woman who was Somalian who's a master weaver in her so it was like, how do we flip that? So by talking to Australian Tapestry's workshop and organising for her to have a relationship with them, and then she was able to have an exhibition there and bring her community with her. But I feel like otherwise that would never have been a space that they would want to go to. It had to have some meaning and some reason, So and in Castlemaine, I'm working with new mothers and new parents, and the Maternal Child Health Service is right across the road. So we're looking at how can a 7th new parents group session be held at the Art Museum, because they just go and chat to each other and have their babies on a blanket on the ground. But, it's a space that they don't feel welcome in. So to make that Art Museum actually really welcoming for families, to have in the first few months of life take their babies there and feel really welcome, and it's a social space for them, is amazing. So we're just looking at inviting groups in for things that they need in spaces that they may not feel welcome.
And did you find some things useful on the Creative Equity Toolkit for that? Well, that was the action you wanted to work towards, yeah. You can do it, yes, fantastic. No, that's a good one though, a good, very focused, to give you something to work on. Let's go to this table. Anything to report back? The table here in the middle?
Oh, yes. So we went down, we sort of all went haywire at first, and then when we got together, we went through the kind of people at the top, the expanding contents, and we went into topics and actions, and we identified that programming and commissioning might be a good place to start. Creative collaborations was also mentioned. No, I can't find programming and commissioning, which is fine. There it is. Then we went through there and we found a range of different things. So we found an article on widening the talent pool. So I think that might have been a toolkit actually, but ways to widen that talent pool and different organisations and connections to make. Also, there was a template monitoring diversity and inclusion that we thought would be good to use during the whole process, so you have ongoing monitoring. And then also a film on someone who's done a whole lot of curating and has been like a confidant with those communities, who has already got experience, so you can sort of draw on their experience and use some of that. And then also Amazon Studios, which is kind of, sorry, I'm going to say a little bit weird, but their playbook on diversity and inclusion and equity, which is like very much the same topic.
Fantastic, thank you. How are we going for time? We might need to wrap up. Hopefully it was useful. We won't be able to hear from the last 2 groups, but hopefully you found some really great stuff and you can use that in your work every day, forever. I'm going to hand over to Lena to wrap up. Thank you.
Thanks, Gurka. Sorry that was cut short. Thanks, everyone. And we're also developing actually online training on demand. So we hope we'll let you know when that happens, and hopefully that will complement this training, because we know turnover in the arts is kind of massive. I have my favourite job, which is to thank everyone, and I really, events like today, they never happen without a lot of support and a lot of partnerships. And we really wanted to thank the many people who helped shape today's symposium. Our fabulous host, Bendigo Venues and Events, and their incredible team. Do you want to mention names?
Stephen Henderson, Julie Amos, Shelley Slade, Marie Tompkin, sorry, I'm so sorry I had to mention that, and everybody else at Bendigo Venues and Events. We really want to say thank you. Who are we pointing? Dylan, of course, Dylan, where are you? Thank you so much, Dylan. Dylan's been amazing. Yes. Thank you, Dylan. We could not have done this day without Dylan, absolutely. Thank you so much, everyone, and also, Greater City of Bendigo, we really appreciate it.
Thank you. And of course our core funder and core partner, Creative Victoria, who've been with us every step of the way, Amanda Brown, Karen Savitslis and Sue Doyle, thank you. We also need to acknowledge where we receive core funding at Diversity Arts from Creative Australia and Create New South Wales, and we're very grateful for that because it helps us continue to exist. We want to thank our partners and our advisory committee members for this project, Koori Heritage Trust, Arts Access Victoria, VAPAC, or Victorian Association of Performing Arts Centres, Regional Arts Victoria, and Public Galleries Association of Victoria, or PGAV. Thank you so much for your incredible support as well, wherever you are, Anne there. Yes, thank you. And others who are here representing those organisations today. They're there. Oh, yes, sorry. And all of you, the 11 organisations who did this program and committed to it and stuck to it, and how much we have absolutely loved working with you. Thank you very, very much. I want to acknowledge our wonderful team. So I'm going to firstly just say that Gurkum is phenomenal. She produced this event. She's a mentor. She's an educator. She's a theatre maker. She led the program. What more can we say? She's incredible. So thank you so much. Thank you. And such great curation, great programming. And I think she actually got it from reading the Creative Equity Toolkit programming section. I think it really helped her. She doesn't want to admit it, but I know. Sorry. So I also really wanted to thank, and this time I won't forget, our other wonderful team members and mentors, and like I said, the inaugural Fair Play coordinator over there, the wonderful Margaret Mayhew, who's a mentor trainer, the wonderful Dominique Golding, our mentor educator, and both in the room and outside of the room, but honestly, Gliza Perez, our marketing manager, and Carolyn Tugnon, who is our producer, creative projects and campaigns as well. So thank you so much. No, we came up with the longest titles for all of our positions at Diversity Arts. Gliza is actually the digital engagement and marketing coordinator. If there are awards for really long workplace titles, I think Diversity Arts would take them out. But I have to say that the team at Diversity Arts are incredible. We're really small, but we're nimble and very committed. And that's why I was saying, sometimes objects appear larger than they seem. Our commitment is like this big. Our size is slightly smaller. But but thank you so much, wonderful team, and everyone who joined us online as well today on the live stream. So I think have I missed anyone, Gurkum? I think I've. Thank you. Sorry if I've missed anyone. All the orgs you presented, of course. Yes.
I want to thank our live streamer, Mitch. Thank you so much for being here today. I want to thank Zoe Scoglio, fantastic videographer. Thank you so much for being here the whole day. Amazing. Zoe wants to quickly, on your way out, just ask a few people what they were doing when they did those shapes for the images with Christian, just so we have some voiceover for those images. So if she just a couple of people, if you just want to just tell her just quickly on for some quick vox pops, if that's okay. I also want to thank Mitch, the other Mitch who did photography, who left at 2:00. Thank you very much. And of course, our wonderful Auslan interpreters, Lou and Michelle. Thank you so much. And finally, Lena, thank you very much for running Diversity Arts and making all these things possible. Okay, so we've come to the end of our day. It's been really wonderful to share this time with you. There are 2 tours. Some of you have signed up for them. The plan is that to go to the 2 tours, Stephen from Bendigo Venues and Events is going to walk you all down. He's going to actually take you to the First Nations Gallery, but he will show the people who are going to the Golden Dragon Museum where to turn. So they're not very far from each other. They're like a 15-minute walk away-ish, something like that. So where should people meet you? Right, just at this door here. So if you signed up for going to see the gallery, please do, because we've let the galleries know that you're coming with the numbers. If you suddenly want to jump in and join in, that's also fine. Thank you so much, everyone, for today. We hope you enjoyed it, and we will see you around. All the best with your work. Thank you.